All right. Peace, everyone. It's Black High Priestess. So, here we go. I obviously not the most enthusiastic about this topic, but the ancestors are writing me right now to do this. It's kind of Oya too. There's an aspect of Oya, particularly the barons, the baroness aspect, the graveyard aspect, which typically deals with whiteness in African spirituality. Whiteness typically represents death and or the spirit realm, uh, which is the opposite of all other cultures where black represents death. So, Oya and her graveyard messenger energy really kind of got on me. Um, and kind of there was a little that Obatala aspect of Oya who holds the whiteness of Obatala. The white Oya holds that whiteness of her anointing to be a messenger between Olodumare, the heavens and God, and humanity and the spirit realm. She rips, she tears Oya, the Orisha, the Yoruban phrase, the Orisha Oya, the word Oya or Oyansan. That deals with tearing and ripping, and her multicolored cloth is in the fashion of wind and ripping and tearing through realms, which connotes the volatile and violent and very aggressive aspect of Oya's femininity, which is why she is the Orisha that represents the element of the tempest, the storm, or weather changes. She deals with thunder and lightning, especially in the aspect of her marriage to Shango and her breathing the fire and her ability to compete with male warriors, if not defeat male warriors as a warrior fighter. So in her feminine, Oya is able to perform masculinity as good, if not better, than the masculine warrior. That is her feminine gift. All right, that's her gift, and that is why she is the manifestation of the storm, the particularly the tornado, which does what Oya does, and what the wind or the element of this form of wind in the tornado, it takes resources from one place and carries them in a violent way to another place. In this way, Oya is the foundation of justice. Foundation meaning Orisha, meaning the Santaria, meaning the earth aspect of this deity, of this element, the earthen aspect, the foundation. She is the source of justice for women in particular. For women in particular. Oya is the source of justice for women in particular. And she is the source of the Loa, namely Erzuli Danto, but others, Bridget, plenty of other Loa. She is the source of the Loa that are called on to protect single mothers in particular and women who have been abused, particularly by men or through slavery, which deals with Danto because Oya is the source of nature. She predates both Danto, who emerges from the slave trade. Not saying the Erzuli triple goddess, for lack of a better English phrase, But I'm not saying the spirit of Erzuli emerged in the slave trade. The ritualistic calling upon the Loa Danto is that spirit developed during slavery. Remember, American voodoo is the calling upon the fire elements of our ancestors that, so to speak, were otherwise dormant before we needed to call on them to defeat an enemy. So remember the petro aspects, the lukumi, the fire, the mean, the volatile, the murderous, the violent aspects of Ogun and Oya, which would be Irizuli, Danto, or of Oshun, which would be dealing with an aspect of, so to speak, Mama Chola or some others. Um, um, you know, uh, you know, violent aspects of Yemaya, the evil sirens, the mean ones that will eat you. You know, there's the petro, the fire aspects of all of our Orisha. You don't want to get into Eshu. You just don't want to even. I'm not even gonna open that gate because that's not what this particular upload is about. I've already gone on a tangent. There's fire aspects of Obatala too, and that's when you're getting into the pirate Agwe. But we're, my point is, we've always had these elements within African culture. African cultures is universal. It is the foundation. It is the oldest human genetic. African cultures is ancient. Is the most ancient. It is the source of everything. All right, in humanity. So that's my point. Through the this is why Oya's talking about the slave trade before I get into this topic. My point is African culture is the source, and those Latinos, those islanders, those mixed breeds that emerged from the genetic mixing that happened during the slave trade. The slave trade was not the first time a mass genetic mixing experiment happened, but in humanity, in the last, say, three five in the last in humanity, in that so 100 years, 500 years, that would be it. There was some things going on with the Holocaust that did not directly affect the African black genetic. Why? Because the Holocaust was Germans defeating the synagogue of Satan. The Holocaust was, why do I mention the Holocaust in genetic experiments? Because the experimentation that was done on the false Jews in Germany to protect Europe from the invasion of the Hyksos Jew, of the Hyksos Jew that was invading Europe at that time, and Hitler got got divine inspiration and divine intervention, and Hitler became possessed by a divine spirit of intervention. And Germany effectively put an end, or effectively, if anything, went to war with the synagogue of Satan. Now, in terms of genetic experimentation, the things that the things that were, so to speak, occurring in the concentration camps during the Holocaust were the Nazis. A little different than a German. You can't just accuse any German of being a Nazi. The Nazis was experimenting. The Nazis was on the dare I say reptilian, but I don't want to get too confusing and get, because then I got to talk about the Pleiadians and all this other shit. What I'm trying to say is there's always a there's an occult connection between the Nazis, dinosaurs, the Holocaust. So when you're dealing with reptilian stuff and you're dealing with genetic experimentation, you're dealing with the Nazi, not to be confused with a German, a person who has the nationality of being German. Nationality. I didn't say ethnicity because the German ethnicity is the Nazi. But the nationality of being born in the region of Germany does not make you a Nazi. They got genetics that have always done scientific experiment. And that is why, despite Hitler's Moorish phenotype, his despite Hitler's genetic features, just he, so to speak, was promoting a Nazi phenotype or an Illuminati phenotype, which is blonde hair and blue eyes and pale skin. Pale skin, blonde hair, blue eyes. Why was he promoting the albinism? So I'm talking about when you deal with this, the Nazi, the spirit of intervention and such and such and so and so. There's an occult connection between, and there was a movie made about it. I think Sarah Palin made a cameo in it, or there was a satire done with Sarah Palin riding a T-Rex and dealing with Nazis, and it's going to be Pangea, middle, or so to speak, Middle Earth, not to be confused with Flat Earth theory, but Flat Earth is dealing with biblical cosmology. Middle Earth is dealing with, so to speak, the same, but you're dealing with more mythology and things in human history that the Bible may have not necessarily highlighted as important to believing in Christ, but you're dealing with more science when you're dealing with Middle Earth, world history, Lord of the Rings type stuff that happened, and when the world was Pangea, you know, before the separation of the plates. I'm one way on a tangent, but I'm letting Oya do her thing. I didn't want to talk about this, so I'm just gonna keep on letting it flow. My point is, genetic experimentation with the Nazis was doing the experimentation, and the experimentation that the Nazis were doing helped them develop radio, TV, and film. These three satellite things or broadcast things that are used to program the brain through hypnosis. They learned how to program the human mind through hypnosis, and the devices that they hyper developed and produced, namely radio, TV, and film. These devices that the German Nazis produced as a result of Holocaust is why the Germans won the war. They may not have won the battle, and the Americans helped cleaned up in 1940 something or whatever, but the war was and so to speak was still won, and we know that the Jewish still control radio, TV, and film. And that's why there's so much rampant homosexuality, pedophilia, satanic things that they glorified in their culture. And they've always been invasive, an invasive species, an invasive ethnicity. And they travel. The gypsy is the traveling creed. That's what the gypsy does. The gypsy travels in a caravan from place to place and place to place. Remember, Abraham and them had caravan, and they was going all around. So there's that part of that, and there's that aspect of comedic science and different more African histories that tell the story of the Jews getting kicked out of Egypt because of their invasive ways. just like the Germans kicked him out. So it don't, you don't got to take sides. We're just stating facts. All right. Let the comedics tell you they kicked Abraham and them out. Didn't want them. Uh, uh, you know, they was bringing a God. We don't got to take sides right now. But what I'm trying to say is the last time slavery, the slave trade, the mostly mainly West African slave trade, don't give a damn who started it, the Dutch or the African tribes of Ghana, don't matter who started it. They was all participating. And the result of the slave trade was mass genetic experimentation through interracial breeding. It started with breeding, then black people got free and white women got mad that they couldn't sleep with black men anymore. And herein lies the point of this response to Ayana Jada video, where she is she's delivering a message to interracial and biracial or white mothers of biracial children. And she's going in on the white supremacy environments that white mothers tend to raise their biracial children in, the mentalities that white mothers raise their biracial children with, and the lack of learning, education, and personal responsibility that white mothers take in preparing their child for the reality of being in a world while black. And as I went through the history and some of the spiritual ancestral things, the reason I went through the ancestral history, the African spirituality history, and just some of the other occult science history about all this racial and genetic experimentation is because this upload, I am talking to my light-skinned, genetically Caucasian black women followers. Those of you who claim being a black woman, but you are genetically Caucasian. You are not genetically African. And the closer you can get to being genetically African is you from Morocco somewhere. You look white because you are white. And I'm talking to you, and Oya started it off because I don't want to give disclaimers. I just want to have a conversation, and I have to have a serious conversation with you all because it's my fault for not talking to you all enough. The light-skinned women who are white, look white, have Caucasian recessively genetic features, but practice Vodun, practice Ifa, practice a Spanish-speaking Lukumi or Palo Mayombe or Santeria version of Vodun and Ifa and African spirituality. Those of you who are Latinas, I should say, and those of you who are Pacific Islanders, but you have light skin. Those of you who are of the Puerto Rican and the Cuban and the Belize and the Haitian and the Creole and all these mixed with Indian, European, and black tribes that emerged during slavery, that emerged from racial mixing, and you got the genetics that express recessively. I don't talk to you recessive genetic women enough because my brand is for helping black women who are far more oppressed than you, who don't have the privilege of being delusional and acting like we're something we're not because our skin is dark. And we can't just go fit in and claim being black, even though we're clearly something. Or we can't just fit in and claim being white, even though we're clearly black women. We are clearly the black version of whatever genetic mixing occurred. We're the black version of it. And this is so important why Erzuli Freda and Erzuli Danto, why the rivalry and the fact that it's the same ancestor, but is such an opposite expression, is because you are treated how you look in society. And you white women who are mixed, who are of slave descendant tribes, mainly the Spanish speaking ones. You're Hispanic, you're Latin, you have more European Spaniard genetic in you than anything. Um, you 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 have this peripheral access to Africa, um, but you are of the oppressor. You got the oppressor's genetics. You got the recessive genetics. And while that is prevalent in Africa before colonialism, you light skinned and white African women, you genetically, you recessive sisters, and I have to call you sisters because I have to be sensitive to your struggle, but I have not spoken to you all directly enough. You all have got to stop being delusional about the fact that you're white. You all are not held accountable for your level of self-hatred, and your level of self-hatred surpasses any black woman's. Black women who are dark skinned, most dark skinned black women don't lighten their skin. Most dark skinned black women don't marry white men or have white babies. Most dark skinned black women um do not and I don't want to say necessarily straighten their hair, but in the grand scheme of things, they wear African hairstyles. They are no longer in 2026 succumbing to the pressure to cover their hair or to straighten their hair. There are too many makeup lines that have the blackest of the black concealer and foundation to give dark-skinned black women access to the self-esteem and beauty that only used to belong to white women lighter than a paper bag. There's too much going on for now, and even before that, dark-skinned black women were still not, by and large, destroying themselves to look white. They were accepting their position, and that is where black community and black revolutions it formed around those who loved black women and did not want black women to change their nature. They wanted to preserve the culture by preserving the beauty of the black woman. As a light-skinned woman, please stop trying to have access to that, because you light-skinned women suffer from, and I'm not talking about light-skinned black women. Light-skinned black women look like black women. In fact, dark-skinned black women who bleach their skin, and I'm not just talking about lighten their skin, give it a little toner, make it glow, make it a little brighter. I'm not talking about even wear a foundation that be maybe one or two, three shades lighter. I'm talking about dark-skinned women who bleach their skin to be lighter than a brown paper bag when were started off darker than me, or at least as dark as me, who have bleached their skin. They look like African women. They look like African women who look like cadavers. They look bad. They look like a cadaver. They look like they have gray makeup on. That's how they look. They don't look like a white girl. They look like a black woman who is ashy. You light-skinned women, you look white. You don't look like a light-skinned black woman. You look like a white woman. You look like a genetically Spanish woman. You look like you are directly from Spain, from Colombia, as a matter of fact, I can't say you look South American, because they, before colonialism, were my color. My color. You light-skinned women are not black. You have such self-hatred for how your phenotype is. You light-skinned Latina women, You are always going after black men because you hate being white. And you are the number one problem. And no one tells you it. No, we do not sister you guys enough and fold and really fold your experience as a light skin as a Latina mixed woman from the slave trade who is culturally indigenous, and you're not African. You would look like it if you were. Your hair texture tells it all, and so do those fucking thin ass lips and thin nostrils that you all have. You don't have African features. You have Jewish, Turkish features. You have island features, which is why you have those very loose curls and tan skin, beige skin, and thin undeveloped features, recessive features that are not fully developed. You do not have full lips. You do not have almond shaped eyes, and you do not have thick nostrils and a full nose or high cheekbones. You all have none of those Nigerian features. None of them. You are not Africans. And you light-skinned women who do voodoo and you do this and you were raised culturally as a Puerto Rican or a Cuban or whatever culture you were raised that told you you was a black woman. And you're barely even South American black. A Mexican has more real African genetics than y'all. A real Mexican, not the colonial looking white ones. A Mexican with skin darker than mine. Y'all stop acting, you know what I mean? You women, you light-skinned women, because the light-skinned men, they go after black women a lot, but they don't suffer from the self-hatred that you women suffer from because you look white. And your cousins, your sisters are darker, your cousins are darker, your other family members have the African expression of the genetic, and everyone's grouped in and raised together, and you look at yourself as a black woman, and you're not, and society does not look at you as black, and it bothers you so much that you guys make your whole life about getting a black man and proving to the world you're black, and you don't care about why that black man is dating you instead of the woman who looks like him. You don't care about the bad quality and the poor inferiority of these black men that you all go after because you are desperate to be a black woman. You're desperate to be a black woman and you feel noble about it because you were told you are a black woman. And some of you very well may be mixed, but most of you all are simply Spanish. You are simply white. You are Spanish. You are Latin. You know. And Ayana here claims that she's Haitian and Puerto Rican. Haitian and Puerto Rican. You know. Two other cultures where Haitians tend to be darker, but you know, Puerto Ricans can be black or white. You know, Haitians tend to be darker. You know, so another light skinned one of your parents. You know, I'm guessing maybe your dad. You know, maybe the reason you think you're a black woman is because your mom was the Haitian and she was a mixed looking, you know, because Ayana, you're white, you look white, and you are white. And this is what the problem is. just like I know someone who all their life was told that they are part Cherokee, some percent of Cherokee. Someone was Cherokee and they are a white person that claims Cherokee. They recently got a genealogy test. No Cherokee in them. They did have a small percentage of African, and when I mean small, I mean less than 5% of African. And everything else was European. Unmistakably European, not Spain. So, um, this is the problem with white people. You all are so desperate to be black because you know you're not and you know you lack and you will never accept you have that colonialism, and the best you can be like a black person is to please leave us the fuck alone. You've been told you're black. You come from a black culture. You think you're black. You're delusional about the fact that you're clearly not black and you're not going to be treated like a black person. You think because a black man wants to be with you that gives you the validation you're black. No, the only reason that man that you're with, and I'm trying to talk to her, and I'm talking to all of my white female followers who think that they're African because they were raised with a Spanish accent or in a culture that claims to do some Spanish version of Vodou. You Puerto Ricans, you Cubans, you Haitians, you Creoles, even getting into Belize and some of these other islands where they are naturally more dark skinned. You all come from these mixed cultures. And you know the African ancestors, and but at the end of the day, you're white and you're trying to be the black version. The other parts of your family got the African genetics. You got the recessive ones, and you are acting just like the colonizer. You light-skinned women go after black men. Black men do not go after you guys unless he is suffering from the same mental disease you are suffering from, and it is called self-hatred. And the reason it's not just jealousy, the way a European woman may have just straight up jealousy because she knows she doesn't have any proximity to African. You know, you're expressing it as self-hatred because you are taught about African culture. You are taught about Black Revolution. You are raised to believe that you're black, that you're so black that you can have a baby by a man who has a different skin color than you and who has different genetics than you and think your child's not going to have a problem. And the reason, Ayana, Jada, that your daughter and that you are telling other white women is you're not talking to black women of biracial children because you know you're not black. You're talking to the white women because you know you are white. So stop saying you're not a white mom. You are a white mom. Otherwise, you would not be able to relate to the white mom experience. This is the bullshit you white women who claim being black bring, and this is why I have to stand up for dark-skinned women's experience, because you guys are constantly making our experience worse by trying to colonize it because you guys have more self-hatred than any dark-skinned woman ever had. All dark-skinned women's self-hatred comes from her environment. No dark-skinned woman who is being validated, particularly and especially by the men in her community, is going to change how she looks or suffer from self-hatred. That is not prevalent. You all hate the fact that you are white. So Ayana, Jada, you are part of the problem. And as smart as you think you are, by telling by showing how much you feel that you can identify with the black female experience and that you are going to be looked at as a black mom as your children are going to be looked at as black mom biracials, is because you're so informed. Ayana, you're part of the problem, and damn near you're a bigger problem because you think you're smarter than you are, but you were too stupid to sit down, overcome your self-hatred before you decided to bring children into this world by a man who hates himself more than you hate yourself. You don't hate yourself that much because you knew you could waltz into the black community. I don't care if you was raised to be black. You're not, and you know it. If you were raised to be black, like a black woman, you wouldn't know so much about white supremacy. You have to be raised around white people to know about white supremacy. These niggas don't know shit. But EBT and Flamin' Hots, you were raised and groomed by white supremacy. Ask me how I know. Only the most revolutionary blacks are the ones who have had direct encounters with white supremacy. That ain't these niggas in the hood who have each other for support. You were raised as what you are, a white girl. And that's why you have more passion than the typical black woman. Most black people don't have an ounce much as passion against white supremacy as you light-skinned people who have less than 5% of black in you and are pissed off that you didn't get to be black. You're pissed off that you had to be white because of colonialism, and you are desperate to be black again because you know how spiritually powerful it is. And I commend you all for really being more revolutionary than the average black person ever could be. But you all really have suffered the real effects of white supremacy. You are now white. You think like a white girl. And the only reason you with a nigga is because you're a white woman. Desperate to prove you're black. And you're not. And if you would just have stopped and learned to love yourself, you would not have brought children into this world who are going to suffer. And you are too dumb. You're so smart, you're stupid. I'm talking to all you women like Ayana who think that you are a black woman and you think it's okay to mate with these black men who are only with you because he is racist. He hates being black as much as you hate being white. And if you would have stopped and learned to love your whiteness, you would have had beautiful children who are white like you, who would not suffer from self-hatred, but who would use their white privilege to help black people. But now you have oppressed children who are going to have mental disorders and health diseases because they have two opposing genetics fighting for power. The white one's going to always win. Because you're the white woman. It gestated in your self-hating womb for 9 months. So your daughter's not going to come out automatically hating white people like you do. She's going to come out like her father hating black women. It does not matter how much you act like you're a black woman, dumb bitch. You guys be dumb white bitches with colonial mindsets. Doesn't matter how much you delusionalize yourself into thinking that you're black and that having a baby by a black woman is just the natural thing to do because, well, no. Your child is going to come out with the same hatred for black women that your husband has because he would have never married you if he didn't hate black women. And your self-hate and you let your self-hatred and your hatred of white men and white people who made you let your own hatred blind you from the poor character of this black man who hates black women. You can't you think you're so coy in saying that, that you're aware that a lot of white women, black man relationships are based on hatred of black women and oppression of black women. You're not different from that. If you really knew that, you would have got with a white man and you would have let black men go with the women of their own color. And you would advocate children not being biracial because you should have firsthand known how terrible the experience is to have a white mother and to be white when you feel black. You should have been the first one to advocate against it. But yet that colonial recessive white woman in you said, let me find the first black dick I can find to validate my need to be black. And now let me speak for black women as if I'm shut the fuck up, Ayana Jada, and all of you other light-skinned women who the only reason you're with a black man is because you hate being white. And now you want to bring a child into it thinking that that it's going to be great. That man you married hates black women. And you cannot keep ignoring that fact and trying to excuse your poor character for being with a man like that. A demon possessed man like that. Stop trying to excuse your poor character. If you actually walk the half the talk that you preach about trying to elevate black women and elevate the black female experience, you would have got as far away from black men as you could. You would have got with a man of your same fucking color and race, had babies, and taught those babies to support the black community without fucking them like a slave master. It's, you guys be so fucking despicable. And black women validate your stupid shit because they don't give a damn about how much you're actually suffering self-hatred so much that you're gonna make the same mistake that stupid black women make. You're gonna go get you a hateful nigga who hates being black, who hates blackness. That's why he got with you. And now his children hate blackness. And it doesn't matter what your environment is, and you think that you're teaching your daughter to love, and because you made her like the black Barbie, it don't matter what you do as a woman. She knows her father does not like black women. She's not stupid like you. She, as a little girl, is smart enough and sensitive and innocent enough to just let the information give her the knowledge. She soaked in the information that is blatantly clear. Her father, as a black man, is not attracted to black women. That's why his mother is not black. And now she's going to suffer the same issues you, Ayana, have because her father did not give her a black mother. So it doesn't matter if you try and teach her to love yourself. You're not black. You're her mother. She hates that. And she's, to get her father's approval, she knows she has to be white. It doesn't matter what society says. Doesn't matter what you say. She subconsciously knows to get her father's approval, she has to be a white girl. That's why she hates herself. It's not because of a commercial, or because magazines only have white girls, or because oh, straighten your hair. It's none of what society did. It's what her father did. Her father gave her a white mother. And you, Ayana, Jada, you participated in destroying the genetics of a black child. You participated in the father giving this daughter a white mother instead of giving her a black mother. And this is why I take so much responsibility for how I look and have dedicated so much of my beauty to elevating black women, and dedicated so much of my witchcraft to elevating black women, because I was given that gift, not you. Not you. Not you, Ayana. Not you, any of my light-skinned white followers who have these thin lips, these loose hair, with maybe one little curl if it's wet, who don't have these almond-shaped eyes, high cheekbones, full noses, full nostrils, wide. You don't have no African features. And you go after a man that does, and the only man who would get with a woman who looks like you is a black man with dark skin, fully Nigerian features, who hates those features. No man who loved being black would date a woman who looks like you. And if you really gave a damn about racism in the black experience, you would have dedicated your life against interracial dating, because you knew how much it made you suffer. I don't care if your mom was black, your dad was black, both of them had light skin. I don't, you white women only care about yourself. And you bring these children into the world, and they're not black, and they suffer because they are not black. And they're trying to be black, which is better. They're trying to be genetically dominant, and they're trying to be like their father, but they know they are of their mother. They know they're white, so they're trying to act like they're something that they're not. You white women, please stop having babies by these black men who hate being black. You guys love black women more than your husband does. You love being black more than your husband does. You want to be black more than your husband does. The only reason you married that black man is because no other person will relate to your level of self-hatred. And for my dark-skinned women who are African and can't escape it and ain't gonna bleach your skin and straighten your hair too, please heed everything I've been telling you. And stop letting these white women with this level of self-hatred ruin your dark skin experience with their self-hatred. Let them go. Let them be in these communities with all these other white Puerto Ricans and white Cubans and white. Understand. Please understand how powerful segregation is. The reason you light-skinned women are suffering the level of self-hatred you are is because you are around black people. Get away from black people and be around your own kind. Tell your own kind to stop having colorism against the dark-skinned black people. If you want to be so family with us, or you were raised to believe that you are black because one of your parents had an ounce of black in them, or was or slept with a black person like a slave master and kept a black slave breeding so they didn't have to be white in society but could still have power. Stop with your bullshit, light-skinned women. White women. Light-skinned black women look African. They look like they are from the Bantu tribe. They have Asian features, like the like the most ancient Dogon genetic. It had Asian features. That's the best I can tell you. They had golden skins, slanted eyes, thick, broad nose, thick lips. I don't know what else to tell you. The most ancient African genetic, the Dogon, and yeah, they had gold skin. I'm not saying that ancient Kemet and the dark black, triple black, all that black, Kirshner black, lovely black, Cosmo black, the black, Cosmo black. We cosmic. But when you dealing with the golden skinned black person, well, that's the Bantu. The Bantu, that's them Bantus, and that's that they related to the Dogons, if anybody. So do a little bit of research. You Latinas look nothing like a light skinned black woman, and when you are really mixed, you look like a fucking moose. You look goofy, weird, moose face like Cardi B. You are unattractive. The features do not express themselves beautifully. You look, and that's how Spanish and South American look when that genetic is mixed. They got puffy cheek because white people don't have the high cheekbones unless they are Gaelic, unless they real Irish looking. Then you don't see white. Well, some of them Aryans. You get what I'm trying to fucking say. They don't have the high cheekbones, so the cheekbone get all puffy and fat and falls to the front of their fucking face because they don't have the bone structure to retain the African feature. So it falls all off of their face. The kids' ears be too fucking big for their head. The white bone structure you guys be having cannot sustain the African features, and you look ugly. You look like the ugly Latina women whose faces look swollen. And I'm not talking, and not because of they getting all this plastic surgery and stuff. Their faces look swollen. They look goofy. Native South Americans were beautiful. They did not look ugly like modern Latinos because it is two genetics fighting for dominance, and you look ugly. The heads be shaped weird. You look deformed and you look mutated because you are mutant, and that thin hair tells it all. You have the hair of a beast. Our hair is what genetically has separated historically the Hebrew Israelite from other cultures. The hair texture, the styles of the hair, the covering of the hair, for for women, the not cutting of the hair, the locking of the hair. Rastafari still hold the real ones, not the ones who smoke so much weed that they'll fuck a white woman. I'm talking about the Rastafari who is still practicing Leviticus and still practicing tribe of Benjamin, still practicing them that tribal stuff, and they don't cut their hair. They're still practicing Nazarene. The Rastafari is the Nazarene. They hold the Nazarene. The Nazarites didn't cut their hair because it was an extension of themselves. Who else came from Nazareth? Jesus of Nazareth, maybe? Yeah. Samuel, the prophet Samuel. They knew him coming because his hair was long. Gandalf, like, so we're back to Lord of the Rings and Middle Earth and the ancient history that the Bible talks about. And the Bible talks about it because when God split the planets up, because the Tower of Babel popped it off. The Tower of Babel popped off God confounding the languages because humans was getting it in. Satan was helping Nimrod and them build the tower. And to this day, what do we see? All these towers. This is why, little tangent, this is why another thing I tell people, major cities will keep you single. Being single has a lot to do with your environment, especially as a black woman. Because sisters, you gotta understand, you light-skinned women, you're not gonna have a problem with being single. There's always gonna be some demon-possessed nigga who can't wait to have a baby by you and use you to fulfill his demonic mission to destroy the black race. And you white women, you just go right along with it, and you think you're so noble if you stand. No, you wouldn't have said shit if it wasn't that the problem was not at your doorstep now, and the problem is now at your doorstep through your daughter. Now you gotta act like you give a fuck about black people and black women because you have a daughter who's black. First of all, the best thing you could do for real, what you should have did before you had a baby by a self-hating demon-possessed nigga who hates black people. That's why he got with you. The best thing you could do now that you have brought a mutant into this world and now it's your problem, the best thing you can do is tell her the reality. Let her know she's not a black woman. Let her know that when you are gestated by a white woman, you are spiritually Caucasian. See, Samson lost his power to Delilah. See, if you were actually a black mom, your child would be black. Why? Because African culture is matriarchal. And before the dysfunctional matriarchy of single motherhood, that matriarchy meant that the mother's lineage or last name, or more so, the mother's genetics held the lineage, which means if your mother is not black, you are not black. You are not black. So, again, for you white-looking women, and your mother was a mixed black woman and made you think the best you could do is let your daughter know she's not black. That's the first and best thing you could do for your daughter. Let her know she's not black and stop trying to force her to want to look like a black woman. Stop. Don't put your self-hatred in your daughter. Let her be okay with not being black. Let her be okay with being light-skinned. Let her get white privilege. Stop putting the oppression of a black woman on her when your husband did everything he could to make sure she didn't have to suffer the dark skin experience. Stop trying to give it to her because you want it so bad. Y'all are so fucking despicable. You guys are the biggest fucking problem. And if you dark-skinned black women don't stop hanging around these sick, twisted, hateful white women who hate being white and who don't have nearly enough African in them to help, stop co-signing and validating these light-skinned women. If they are dating a black man, she's sick in the head. And she's demon possessed. So sisters, please stop co-signing the self-hatred of your light-skinned friends. And I'm not talking about a light-skinned black woman who looks African, who has curly hair, and is okay with not straightening it. I'm not talking. A light-skinned African woman looks African. She's shaped like Sarah Bartman. Her hair is 4C. And she can think that she's passing as white if she straightens her hair, but you're not passing as white. You are just more accepted by them because your skin color gives you more acceptance by them. They know from your African shape. Light-skinned black women are shaped like Sarah Bartman and they have 4C hair. And because white people give them approval, they believe that they're passing as black. Or they believe they're passing as white. No, we know you're black. You are of the Bantu tribe, or you just happen to be a lighter skinned Nigerian woman. A lot of light skinned black women probably have more African genetic in them than I do. You see, so your features give everything away. They give everything away. And I get called white girl all the time, but because I was blessed to look black, I get to represent black women. Have a seat. That's my job. It's a dark-skinned woman's job to represent the race. You are not a black woman. You're not me. And I keep telling women the beginning of being beautiful is accepting what you look like and optimizing your natural features, not destroying them to look like someone else who meets the standard of beauty in whatever environment you are in that says that this is the beauty standard. Black people have the least beauty standards, which means black people are the most accepting of anyone as beautiful. And that statement is where I get to the reality of when white people are too fucking stupid to be racist. Ayana Jada, you are an example of a white person who is just too goddamn stupid to be racist. You have such a need to be a black woman that you are causing suffering around you because you didn't cure your self-hatred before you chose what path you were going to be in life. And if you were okay with being the white girl that you are, you would have actually helped black people instead of being part of the problem by creating interracial children that are going to suffer and grow up to oppress the father. Not you. I'm telling you what the Bible says about your union with the man who hated being black so much that he gave it away to a Delilah like you. Why are you Delilah? You don't have the same hair that Samson had. But black women do. I do. I do. I bet I have the same hair texture as your husband. And you don't. And your daughter doesn't. And your children don't. Because you're not the same as him. And he forfeited his God-given sovereignty to give it to your recessive genetics. His path was destroying the black race, and he couldn't wait to find the first white woman who had to prove that she was black. And I know you don't hate black women. I know you don't envy us. That's just because you were programmed to think you were one of us. If you actually accepted your whiteness and accepted your parents' self-hatred and all this other shit, you would have been okay with being the white girl that you are. So I know you don't envy us like a white woman who has no access to our brand of beauty. You are pissed off. I know you're not jealous. I know you're pissed off that you don't look like me. And I have to do better at talking to the light-skinned, white, Latino women, especially because I was raised in such a multicultural environment, especially because I grew up around Mexicans, especially because I I essentially had a Puerto Rican family growing up. My grandparents that, so to speak, kind of adopted my mom, they were, my grandmother is German, and she married a Jewish guy in a time where that was a huge deal. And so was raised in that environment by white people who overcame racism in their white culture. And so they were able to help us. They didn't need to sleep with black people. They overcame their own racism in their white cultures. But I was raised around Mexicans. I was raised around a lot of other immigrants, Indians, Assyrians, Eastern Europeans, Polish. But I grew up and I learned Spanish because that's the environment that I was in a lot. And as far as I know, I am Cherokee on my father's side. Um, and his father was a full blood Cherokee, as the story goes. So I'm looking at a 25% value. Um, and I'm not saying I'm not saying here or there, but what I'm saying is me being taught like a lot of white people are, but a lot of white people were told by their racist white ancestors that they were a Native American tribe so they can monopolize on the land. More white women are on welfare than more black women are. And we had a white Jewish lady who knows that she's not genetically Hebrew, but was raised culturally Jewish. She spilled the beans and said that Jewish people don't have legal marriages because after they have a cultural marriage, because they don't have a contract, the white Jewish women are single mothers and they are the number one ones on welfare. Rich white Jewish women are the number ones on welfare because of this loophole that the Jewish people have in government and finances, where they don't have legal marriages, so the wife can be a single mother, and the money that these rich Jewish women get who are already married to a rich Jewish guy. What's the point of being Jewish if you're not rich? So they're already married to a rich Jewish guy, and they are getting free food and healthcare and extra money for being single mothers. That they're getting that tax break. So when you see rich Jewish women shopping on Mag Mile or Saks Fifth or all these expensive, getting their Birkin bags or getting whatever they get, they're doing that with your broke taxpayer minimum wage making dollars. That's their loophole, and we now have we have and therein and that Jewish and Ayana Jada, take a point from a woman who's smarter than you. You think you're smart because you know something, and you think you're smart because you probably have black female friends who are actually smart, probably smarter than you to deal with no nigga who's demon possessed and hates being black. You think you're smart, Ayana Jada, and this is what I'm saying. White women, white people like you, men and women, because a lot of white men like you, they may be Latino, but they may just be white, and they don't really have that much self-hatred. They want to be black because they want a big dick, but they don't actually want to be dark skinned with kinky hair. They just want to be able to be looked at as the alpha male. Okay. And they may like they may like good music. They may have good taste in black music or some shit. But you white women, you guys suffer from self-hatred. You suffer from it. You hate waking up every day and being white when there's women like me in the world. You cannot stand that God gave you whiteness. You want what God gave me so bad. It's not yours. You can't have it and you don't have it. Be white. Go be white. Because that Jewish lady who revealed and is opening and exposing and had conviction, I saw a Holy Spirit convicting her. That's when God really comes into your life. And let me explain something to you all. You're going to see so much interracial disgustingness in church. That's the number one place you're going to see interracial marriages, in the church. And that shows you how sick church people are, because you know a tree by its fruit. And I've been talking about how the church will keep you single. Church hates black women. Church hates women. Church hates beautiful women. Only people that go to church are handicapped retards, ugly married people, rich white people who are guilty for being rich and white. So they go to church instead of hanging around other attractive rich white people. And if you're rich and white, you should be attractive. If you're rich, white, and ugly, you're either from the South. No, rich white people from the South be attractive. If you're well off and you're white and you're not an attractive, good looking, healthy looking couple, and you look ugly and old, you know, you're either from the South, you either from a country backwoods area, where looks don't really matter like they do in the city, or like I said, the church attracts sick people. Beautiful, rich people don't need to go to church. God gave them everything they needed. People what you're going to find in church is old people. And the uglier they are, the more likely they'll be in church. You're going to find old couples, retards. So you're going to find mostly married couples who have handicapped children, because that's who's in church. It's mostly handicapped people, unattractive couples who no one wants to be around them in society other than at church, because they're unattractive. They are two unattractive people who found each other probably in church. All right. White people with white guilt. If you see an attractive white couple in the church, they are either part of the organization, meaning they are part of the scheme. They're part of they're running it, they're funding it, they're part of the financial aspect of that church, or they're part of the government aspect of that church. All right? Or they have white guilt because their life is great, they're attractive, they're rich, and they're white. They have no problems, and they're guilty. They feel guilty about it. So they want God to know that they know that God can take their blessed life away at any time. So they go to church to be around a bunch of people who have none of what they have. They go to church, these handsome, good-looking white couples, who have money. They go to church to be around these ugly couples, to be around poor people, to be around black people who mostly go to white churches, because church teaches you white supremacy. I don't care if it's if you go to a black church, you're not going for God. You're going to be around black people, because black churches have the energy of black people. Black people are of God. White people who really want a holy experience, they go to a black church to be around black people, because they know God is around black people. Black people who go to white churches, they believe God is around white people. That's why they want to go to a church where the music sucks, there's no soul, there's no meat to the preaching, there's no real experience of suffering for any white pastor to draw on to let their preaching resonate with anyone. There's no God in white churches. But black people who go to white churches, they think God is there, because they're like, if I could just be around white people, I'll be around people with money and manners. So white people go to black churches to get away from whiteness. Black people go to white churches to get away from blackness. And the white people are more correct. Going to a black church, no one goes to black church to get God. People go to black church to get the Holy Spirit. People go to white churches to be around rich white people and hopefully get a job, get an opportunity, find a spouse. People go to white churches to find somebody with some motherfucking money, or to be around other people who have money and manners. And they go to be around other white people who are ugly enough, retarded enough, low class enough to accept them. Because real white people with real money and stuff, they stay to themselves and they look good and their kids look good and their wives and their husbands look good. They're not ugly people. They're not unattractive people. Some of them may be short, but they're not unattractive. Their wealth, the way their attractiveness is a representation of their wealth. So when you go to church, you're gonna if you are attractive in church, you are either really there to repent, you're really there trying to be holy, because church is for married people, parents who are broke and hoping the church will help them with their kids. That's who's in church. Old ugly couples, handicapped retards, married couples that need help. So because it's so many married people in church, the only people who are in church are old people, married people, or retarded kids. Because the only reason a married couple is going to church is because they have a retarded sick child. So that's why I say that's all that's in church. Kids with developmental handicaps. That's why their parents are in church, because they can't afford to, because they're hoping the church will take the burden away from them. They're hoping going to church will heal their child, so they don't have to raise a handicapped kid. That they're suffering. God gave them a handicapped child instead of a healthy one. Like I said, rich white people who look good, they're in church because they're running it, they're funding it, they're part of a secret organization that is funding that church, or they're guilty and want God to know that they have privilege. So I forgot why I got off on the tangent of church. But, because church is the number one place you're going to see interracial fuckery. The number one place you will see interracial fuckery is church and California. I'm speaking for America. Church in California, and I ain't been to California, but I've heard enough stories to know, and I know what Hollywood, and I watch enough Hollywood movies to know. When every time I watch a Hollywood movie and the black person dies, and every black man is with a white woman, or every black man that is not with a white woman, he's single and the black woman dies, or every black woman that's in the movie, she's always single. There's never a black man. She's always single, can't get a man, don't have a man, ain't with a man. I know how Hollywood feels about black people and black women. I know Hollywood will never pair a handsome black man and a black woman together. Not even in a slave movie. So they'll make the black woman the hero before they give her a husband protecting and providing for her. They will never show you that. They will never show you that. You're gonna have to look for you barely see it in some of these um black production shows. you know you barely see that. You get black production shows are going to make sure the woman looks as close to being a white woman like you look, Ayana Jada. You are not fooling anyone. You are the biggest problem, because it's better to be a white girl who knows she's racist. It's better to be a white girl who's dating a black man and knows you're with a black man who hates black women, who is shameless about the fact that you're with him because he likes white and you like black. It's better to just be that woman, because now you're doing hypergamy instead of doing the dummy. You, Ayana, you did the dummy. You let some nigga who hates black women use you in his mission of hating black women, and you trying to act all high and mighty about it when you're suffering. Now you get to have the black woman experience, because you got a black woman that hates black women and you're married to him. Now you get to everything that you asked for. You get exactly what you asked for. You wanted to suffer in life as a black woman. You wanted to be a black woman so bad. You wanted the black woman's skin color and the suffering that goes with it. And you got a black man, and now you will suffer the consequences of dating a man who is a racist. The best thing you white people can do is be is keep to your fucking selves. And I don't want to say be racist, But what I mean by being racist is prioritize yourself, prioritize your color, prioritize your look, prioritize your experience, prioritize your nation. And when you look white and you're prioritizing black people, you this is what you get, Ayana. You're getting these problems that black men bring to the table when they don't just marry the women God gave them and act like a man. You're getting the problems that come with marrying black men who hate being black. And you let light-skinned women who are white stop letting black men use you. You guys are stupid. Y'all are so dumb. Your self-hatred makes you so stupid when it comes to men. You are so desperate to be a black woman that you don't give a damn about what you're getting into when you have a baby by a man who hates black women, who hates being black. Your daughter knows to get acceptance from her father, she has to be white. The best thing you can do, you light-skinned women who are white women and not black women, you Latina, light-skinned white women, the best thing you can do is let your daughter know she is not a black woman and she does not need to act like one. Let your daughter know she's not going to suffer as much as black women. Stop trying to tell her she's black and let her know, hey, you're lighter, you're not black. You're going to have privileges in this world, and this is how you operate your white privilege. Stop trying to teach her how to be black, because her father made sure she wasn't. So let her know what she is. She is the product of a man who did not want her to be black. And she is going to have a different experience. And she should know how to benefit from the privileges of being white. You should let her know it's going to be easier for her to get a dark-skinned black man like her father. Let her know what that's like. Tell her the truth about those men and teach her how to get their money. That's how you can do a service. Stop teaching your white daughters that they're black. You're making the suffering worse. And the father went out of his whole spiritual blessing to make sure he didn't have a black daughter. Why are you trying to change the narrative? You're going against how her father is raising her. He wants her to be white. Stop raising her opposite of that, because this herein lies the number one reason of divorce in America. It's interracial couples. If you bother to do the fucking research, number one reason of divorce in America is interracial couples. You get all the hype and you get all the validation you need from marrying someone who looks nothing like you, and your narcissism and demon possessed energy causes you to bring a baby into that level of hatred and mental illness because you never healed from it, and because everyone around you condoned it and thought it was okay, and you guys love cutting off your white family members that are racist. Your white family members are smart. Your grandmothers or your aunties are the older white racist ones who don't condone and don't agree with you marrying that black man, or whoever white is listening, they don't agree with you marrying that black man or black woman. They're right and you're dumb, and you are going to suffer the consequences of thinking of thinking you are better than other women. Thinking you are better than other women who look like you. Thinking you are better. And even so, you're better off letting that white woman genetic express what it is really trying to express when it chooses to date and marry and procreate with a man who would have been your slave 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Express what your genetic is really expressing when you choose to mate with a man who looks nothing like you and have mutated children. It is expressing slave master energy. You're enslaving him to your agenda, which is proving to the world that you're a black woman. Please teach your daughters the truth. They're not black, and they should go into the world knowing how to navigate their privilege instead of making their life harder by trying to tell them that they're black and making them do stupid black shit when they could just have a better life. Let her have a better life for being light-skinned. Let her have a better life. No one talks to you white light-skinned women who are sick and twisted because you clearly look white, but somebody told you was black. And you don't even look mutated enough to be black. You look good in your whiteness because your features are fully European. That's why you don't look ugly like most mixed people are ugly. You don't look ugly because maybe your mother had a little more black in her. Your parents aren't black. I can tell that right now. Your parents are not black. They may have been Haitian, they may have been Puerto Rican, but they sure as fuck weren't black. Okay. So what I'm saying is, the better you look as a mixed person, it's because it's because your parents are actually not there. They have more of one race than another. That's why Ayana Jada, if you ever get wind of this video, and I'm talking to all my light-skinned viewers, when I say Ayana in response to who made this video, I'm talking to all of my followers. I'm specifically talking to my light-skinned Latina white community, from white voting community followers who follow me because of the voting topics, because of the white supremacy topics, who follow me because of the African spiritual topics I talk about, and you were raised in the heritage. But you're white. You're white. And you think you're black, but you look white. You are white. You go into society and you're not passing as white. You are white. You are white. Passing as white means you have to do something to your phenotype to hide the fact that you are black. You're not passing as white if you don't have to straighten your hair. You're not passing as white if you don't have to bleach your skin. You're not passing as white if you don't have to wear clothes that hide your African shape, your African figure that has a full moon booty. No. You're not passing as white unless you have to disguise a feature to do so. If you have to straighten that 4C hair and then people think you're white, then you're passing. If you don't have to do nothing to your features, you are white, motherfucker. You're white. Because an albino looks nothing like a white person. They're just pale. They have no melanin. They look fully African. Fully fucking African. Even albino white people, you can tell that they have albinism because the melanin, that's even the little bit of melanin in a blue eye and a blonde hair, is still gone enough for them to look albino. They have no pigmentation. If you don't have to lighten your skin and straighten your hair, you are white and you're not passing. You have no African feature that needs to be disguised. You women who look like Ayana Jada and who think you're so smart because you stand up for black women and you speak for the black women, honey, you are the biggest part of the problem. You better off being a racist white bitch who's getting these niggas and getting their money because they hate black women. And she out here flaunting, getting their money, and she's getting with good looking niggas, hopefully getting good sex and not getting played, not getting pregnant, not getting married. She having fun, going on vacation, getting these stupid, hateful niggas money and having fun and looking good with them. You better off being one of them. Act like a Russian white woman if you gonna deal with a nigga. Get his money. Get your nut if he can give you one. Don't think because a man is black he working it, especially if he's suffering from self-hatred. His dick probably ain't big enough to impress a black woman. Let me tell you something. Every black man who's with a white woman, there's something wrong with him. If it's not physical, it's spiritual. And you will get everything that comes with sleeping with a demon if you choose to. You white women, you think you're so smart when you are just trying to disguise the fact that you make poor decisions in men. Why would you choose a man who looks nothing like you? Not knowing the only reason he's with you is because you don't look like me. You knew that. But you let your delusions and you let your need to think that you're so smart in this world blind you to the fact that you with a demon, and now your children are suffering, and now it's your role to suffer. And I commend you, Ayana, for taking the time to make the video, but the only reason you did it is because now that black man is a problem. Now his genetics are a problem. Now having a black husband is a problem for your daughter, not because she's black, not because she's going to suffer what my experience is having darker skin. Even though I talk like a white girl, look like a white girl, you can fit white girl's clothes, you and then a white girl. Thank God I don't look like one, because then I would hate myself as much as you do. No black person hates themselves unless they are demon possessed or are around white people and so much that they have no access to black self-love. And let me explain why that black man is now going to be your problem, because his blackness is why your daughter hates herself. She knows, and it has been taught that black men don't like black women, that men who look like her father don't like men who look like me. So she's doing everything she can to not look like me to get the father's approval. Daughters whose father teaches them that their skin is beautiful, their body is beautiful, their hair is beautiful, and I don't want you to change it to get a man. I love you how you are. You're beautiful, and we're going to enhance your beauty. If the father is doing that as well as the mother, she's not going to have self-hatred. Your daughter knows her father hates women who look like her. And more so women who look like me. Your daughter look like you, honey. So stop trying to have her carry around a brown Barbie doll. Her skin is not brown. Her skin probably ain't darker than yours. Probably don't even have a curl in her hair. So at the end, and I know white people who adopt black children. Some of them have admitted, particularly the men. The men will always admit that it's a mistake, and sometimes white women who genuinely wanted to help and realized they realize that their whiteness does not give them the capacity to help by interfering. The best thing they can do to help is help as far away from black people as possible. And it takes a lot of you white people to ruin the lives of your children before you accepted the reality that you are not a black woman and you cannot raise a black child. And if you get with a man who is demonic enough to marry you instead of a woman who looks like him, you are part of the problem. Stop having babies by your slaves, women. Because there's no consequence for the slave master man to have a bunch of babies by the black woman. That was beneficial to a lot of people. It got the black woman out of the plantation into the house. This is why I tell black women on a spiritual level, no, I don't want you having sex or having a baby by a white man. On a social, economical level, you must be around white men if you're a dark-skinned black woman who is beautiful. Black people don't know what to do with a black model. White men have the same fetish for a good-looking black woman with white features. What do I mean by that? Your skin is dark, and you have a good African structure, but you are on the skinnier side. You're beautiful in the face. You're stunning in the face. There's a lot of ugly African women, and most of them get married because they don't look good. There is a huge market. White men love beautiful black women. Slavery taught you that. So black women, you are only going to really prosper if you don't have a husband, a black husband taking care of you, and you most likely won't if your skin is dark. If you're not some fat, light-skinned woman in the South, you're gonna have a hard time finding an eligible black man who is not after a light-skinned white woman. But white men will pay top dollar for you. They'll take you out. They'll treat you right. And if you practice hypergamy, and if you really about that, that's why I encourage on an economical level, I encourage beautiful black women to know where your beauty is valued. It will never be in the black community. People will look at you. The black women will become jealous of you. They will try to control you. No one will give you any opportunities that lead to actual money, but they will always try to get you to do something for their raggedy shit. If you look like me and you're beautiful and you're a model who is a model by white European standards, all right? Not no nigga shit. If you are a black, dark-skinned model, you must get around white people to have a better experience. Black people cannot afford your beauty. I can't stress that enough as a daughter of Oshun. However, on a purely spiritual level, I warn black witches against giving your power away to anyone. And I tell you, you must wait for the warlock. Wait for your warlock. Put yourself around warlocks. That's going to be a black man who, by principle, refuses to mate with a white woman. And this type of black man, he doesn't have to go around announcing it, go around proving it. You will know he doesn't mate with white women because he will be a martial artist or a killer or something. You will know he doesn't mate with white women by how much he fears his God. He doesn't have to announce it and talk about it. Always be wary of a man whoever says out of his mouth that he does not sleep with white women or that he never has. Please don't ever trust that. Don't ever trust that. Don't ever trust that. Because the chances of a black man in America having never had an intimate moment with a Caucasian woman is the same chances of a black person in America having absolutely no European genetic in them knowing what happened during slavery. There's zero chance of it. There's zero chance of it. There's statistically zero chance. We are all mixed with something. I was blessed to look like a black woman. You light-skinned women, be blessed to have white privilege. Please stop trying to be something you're not. I tell everyone this so much, but I don't talk to my light-skinned followers enough. You all are going to suffer worse consequences for dealing with a black man. Because he's always using you for your skin color. He's using you more than anything. And I talk so much to black women about how we're the bottom of the barrel, and we have to be aware that we are going to be offered so much less than you, Ayana. We're going to be offered a lot less. However, the blessing of being a black woman is people got to keep it fucking real with you. Don't nobody got to keep, everybody can play in a light-skinned woman's face and manipulate you into thinking you're something you're not and use you for these male's agenda. And light-skinned women, that's that Urzuli Freda. You all are the first ones to be pimped out by the black man in his war against black women. You are the first ones to be pimped. Why does white supremacy go after black men? Because white women are the key to white supremacy. And he knows that black men will elevate the key. Black men are, he said, if he puts you white women out there, black men will do all the work in destroying the black race. And you all let him. Ayana, Jada, you're part of the problem. You're the biggest problem. There's nothing noble about you. You should have acted like these big-breasted Russian white whores who use these black men, make sure these black men is fine and got some money, and use them and pimp them out. And half the time they'll bring that money to their black girlfriends. Russian women, a lot of these Eastern European women be having black girlfriends who think like them, act like them. They'll pimp these self-hating niggas out and bring that money and take their black girlfriend on a trip. That's how you become part of the solution. But no, you, Ayana Jada, did the dumb bitch, did the pick me bitch, did the pick Misha bitch, did the all the shit. You did all the shit that stupid women do and stupid white people do when they're digmatized and manipulated. And there's this other follower, there's this other content creator I recently stumbled upon, and he coined this phrase hip hop hypnosis. And I don't know if he coined it, but he uses the phrase hip hop hypnosis, and he holds white people accountable for acting like a wigger just because you listen to music when nothing about your background has any struggle or been a slave or any oppression, but you act like a wigger because of your music choices. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. When you're too stupid to be racist, when you're too stupid to put your own phenotype first, when you're too stupid and you let black men use you as a tool in the agenda in destroying black women, because you're stupid and all you cared about was getting a man and getting approval from a man so you could get more approval from black women that you are one of us. Black women, the best things that we can do for our light-skinned sisters who are not black at all, but they're Latin and they think they are, and they're Cuban and they're whatever the fuck Puerto Rican bullshit that they think that they are. Our light-skinned sisters that were raised to do voodoo, and they're white, and they don't even know that they're not really accessing the ancestors. They're accessing different ancestors. A lot of times they're accessing the slave master ancestor, and that's why they are sleeping with black people instead of staying to themselves and keeping and making their genetics pure. You guys are stupid. Be racist. Stop having sex with black people. Prioritize people of your same complexion. Let your kids be white. Breed out the blackness. Because there's only 5% of it. Be white. Let your kids look white. Give your kids a chance to be physically healthy and spiritually adept because their genetics are pure. Stop creating mutants because you want to be a black woman so bad. You are destroying the world. You're destroying the entire world. And you are part of the liberal agenda. You are not part of the black revolution. You're not part of the revolucion, no. And you are not La Raza. You can claim it, fine. But La Raza is for los hispanohablantes. Quien sabe son morenas negras de Africa. Without having to sleep with a black person to prove it. Mexicans don't go around by and large having sex with black people. They have Mexican pride, and they are more revolutionary than the black community here. And they are more pale than you, and they know they're not white. They don't claim being white, but they also don't gravitate towards sleeping with black people to prove it. They are revolutionary because they know their own culture. But they are smart enough to also be racist against black people because they know we are different than them. Smart. That's smart. They put their self first. Then whoever's on the periphery, if their cup is overflowing, they might give some help. But you light-skinned women, please go to light-skinned white communities and talk your shit. The moment you have a baby by a black man, you have become part of the problem. The moment you marry a black man and take his resources instead of encouraging him to marry a woman who is of his same color, you become part of the problem. And you guys are sickening. You're sickening. Because You wait till you have children, and you're trying to still blame white supremacy on your self-hatred, when at the end of the day it's that black man who is causing the problems in your household. Why didn't he give her a black mother? Then she would have never had a problem with her skin. If her father told her that black is beautiful by giving her a black mother and loving a black woman who looks like me, no. He told his daughter black is ugly the moment he made you her mother. So keep that real with her. Tell her you're not going to struggle like a dark-skinned woman. You're not going to suffer like a dark-skinned woman. You will have better romantic prospects because your skin is lighter. And teach her how to navigate that, because that's going to be her reality. Warn her against dating black men. Let her know that any man that's dark and dark skinned that dates her is suffering from self-hatred. You want to be part of the solution? Raise her to preach against interracial dating altogether and to start campaigns against it and to help them start laws against it. Let the truth really be told. Like this Jewish woman got convicted by God and went live and fucked around and told that, hey, Jewish women is not having marriage contracts so they can get government money, and that's why they get to go out and be rich and have all this fancy shit, while black women is working minimum wage and being blamed for, while black people are working our way through and being blamed for being on welfare when we're the ones with the jobs. And it's these rich Jewish women who are already married to a rich white man who are still getting taxpayer dollars. You want to tell some real shit? Tell some real shit. Start a campaign against interracial dating altogether. Let people know if you deal with these black men who hate being black, their children are going to suffer. And stop letting the sperm of a hateful demon-possessed man have prosperity on this earth. So Ayana, Jada, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to do it all over again. Your soul is going to continue to reincarnate as long as your children keep having children. You have cursed yourself spiritually. So my biggest warning to you light-skinned women, please heed this. Stop being too stupid to be racist, to put yourself first. Stop being too stupid to recognize that you are white. You want to do voodoo, you want to do African spirituality, you want to do all that. Get with white people and preach against interracial dating for the rest of your life and have conviction behind it. That's your job. And that's why the ancestors that you think that you're worshiping when you're white, that's why they made you white instead of black. Because that's your path. That's your blessing. That's your privilege, is to go around white people and hold them accountable for their genetic experimentation with the black race through interracial marriage. It's more interracial mixing. Interracial marriage is about keeping black people poor by taking resources away from black women. All racism boils down to whether or not you allow black men to mate with black women. All racism boils down to, do you castrate the man and keep him from having babies of his own race? That's where that's the catalyst, and that is the definition of racism. Are you keeping the men from mating with their own women? Because segregating the man from the woman God gave him, segregating Adam from Eve, is the beginning of devil worship. And white supremacy is the beginning of racism. And white supremacy, because everyone was the same race before the recessive genetic mutated. Okay. And so the beginning of racism is white supremacy. And the beginning of white supremacy is devil worship. And the beginning of devil worship is separating Adam from Eve. Now, light-skinned black women, light-skinned women who was told you was black, you know, because you come from one of these mutated tribes. You come from a mutated tribe. It's all over Brazil. Brazil is a whole genetic experiment, you know. But you know, at least you know, but you know, y'all need to go over there, you know, because when you do that shit in America, you're part of the problem. Go somewhere where everybody is mixed up, that it don't matter. Take, you know, stop coming to America with this bullshit. Stop convincing yourself that you're not part of the problem when you choose to marry a man who looks absolutely nothing like you. Stop acting like there's some safe haven for your racism. Stop acting like there's some safe haven for your self-hatred and your delusions. There's no safe haven from the world looking at your race, because that's who you are. And that's that's your whole identity from God. You're gonna, Ayana, Jada, and all you women like her, you're gonna be held accountable for your self-hatred. You're gonna be held accountable for being part of the problem. You're gonna be held accountable for procreating with a demon. A demon-possessed man who hate his God and refused to mate with the woman that God gave him for his genetics. Stop the shenanigans. You're not fooling no black women. You're not fooling nobody, and everybody who condones your fuckery and didn't keep it real with you. That all the black people around you not keeping it a buck with you is why you ended up married and gonna have children with mental illnesses, because they will never figure out their identity, because they came from a man who hated himself and decided to have mutated children because he couldn't stand the idea of marrying a black woman. And he just had to have kids. He couldn't just be single and be out here full of hatred. He had to make a mutant. You got to understand, these black men, they want to create mutants that will take over the world and destroy. And you're seeing, I told you about mulatto imperialism. I've been talking about mulatto imperialism for 20 years. And that's no cap. I've been talking about mulatto imperialism on Facebook. I've been going live for about maybe almost 10 years on YouTube. Almost 10 years that I've had my channel. But I've been talking about mulatto imperialism since I was a teenager. And, you know, at the end of the day, the best thing, white women, light-skinned women, white women who were told you're black, but you're clearly not and never will be, and are trying to be black by injection, black by sleeping with a black man and all of that. The best thing you can do is start campaigns against interracial marriage. It is the number one cause of divorce in America. It's the number one cause of divorce in America. White people adopting black babies with their sicknesses, thinking that they're going to help, and realizing you can't raise a black baby without giving them self-hatred. And now you've created a problem. Instead of just giving a black couple you knew the money to adopt, you had to have a little slave baby in your home. And it's always the white women who want to play around with black genetics like we're a Barbie doll for them. We're a plaything for them. These white women always want to play around with black people like we're toys. And they convince their husbands to adopt a black baby so they can, because they have slave master tendencies. They come from slave masters, these white people. And you women who are white and you come from a slave master and you look white, you need to accept the blessing God gave you to challenge white people because of your whiteness. You go around white people. Stop going around us. Go around white people with your white privilege and tell them how racist they are, and let them know white people and black people should not be mating and procreating together at all. And that's the only real way that racism is going to end. When black men stop using white women for their to challenge the white man's authority. And when white women stop using black men to challenge the black woman's beauty, that's when racism will end. But as long as you white women keep competing with black women through our men, and as long as black men keep rejecting God by marrying a white woman, post-slavery, post-colonialism, he would dare do the Samson and give his God-given gift to the enemy race, when the black woman is still suffering alone without a husband and children to raise in her communities, and he would dare betray his God. And you as white women, you don't look at that in his nature. You just look at the fact that he's a black man who would marry a white woman. You don't look at how disgusting that is, because you're just like him. Racism will only end when white women and black men stop using. Racism will only end when white women and black men stop using each other as tools in their self-hatred. Black women don't hate the way we look, and white men don't hate their sovereignty. It is only black men and white women who are suffering the self-hatred effects of slavery. And segregation is the only way to end racism. Segregation. White women, the only thing you should be doing and preaching, if you think you're black and think you're part of the Black Revolution, is to preach segregation and to reject and rebuke on a spiritual level any black man that wants to sleep with you. Any black man that's darker than a brown paper bag that is choosing you instead of a woman who looks like me, it's your job to rebuke him. But you cannot do that because you are part of the problem. And the most important thing that white people can do is to be racist, because then they're showing me that they are not racist. What do I mean by that? The most important thing a white person can do is segregate themselves from black people, stay to their own, and if they want to help by donating to our cause if you have more resources than us. But you will never help by invading our communities and procreating and creating mutants, creating mulatto imperialism. That is racism. It's catalyst of racism. There will only be racism when white women start a campaign against mating with black men. And white women don't want to do that. But white men, at least white men, because of Donald Trump, are starting to get white women in check again. At least white men, because of Donald Trump, are starting to get their white dogs, their bitches, in check by attacking the liberal agenda and the homosexuality that ran rampant from feminism and from women castrating men, elevating the homosexual, and taking over society through feminism. At least white men are challenging feminism and challenging the liberal agenda and homosexual agenda and getting their women in check. And at least white men are starting to talk about black fatigue, but they're still too afraid to tell their women to stop sleeping with black men. And racism will never end until white men stand up and tell their women, stop sleeping with black men. We don't want you sleeping with black men. We're going to protect you from this predator who is using you in his war against his own woman, in his war against his God. When white men fear God, they will stop letting their women contribute to the black man's hatred of the black woman. Ayana Jada, you are the biggest part of the problem ever. These Russian looking white women with big boobs and implants who are getting these black men's money and then taking their black girlfriends out with it and enjoying life looking good. You might as well be one of them. Getting these black men's money is the best you can get from a black man who will not marry a woman who looks like him. Yet you, Ayana Jada, and you other bitches, you other white nasty women who are nasty, you're nasty. Your level of self-hatred is disgusting. You thought it was okay to make an interracial baby, and you live in a sick, mental, delusional world where that shit was okay. And no aspect of African ancestral revolution would have ever let any part of you have an interracial relationship after slavery. You are so full of shit. Be real as a white woman. Be so for real. You want to help the black race? Stop sleeping with black men and start talking about how demonic that union is. You are never going to be a spiritual woman when you're light skinned, talking about you do voodoo and do ancestors and stuff when you are sleeping with black men. Stop. You will never get the approval of ancestors until you speak up for your black sisters who you're taking our men from us on purpose and acting like it's cute and acting like you care about us. And you don't, and you think it's cute until your children, until you see how your children are going to suffer. All of you women, you're going to suffer the consequences of mating with black men who hate black women. You are going to get everything you deserve. And I'm going to tell you why you light skin and why being light, it's so, black women, we don't acknowledge how much worse it is to be a light-skinned woman who thinks that she's black and who's pro-black as a light-skinned woman, because she can't represent us. We don't want to be bothered with her. And the only people who really want to be bothered with these light-skinned women who want to be black and you're not is some nigga. And you all suffer the worst consequences of dealing with a black man, because you, above all, you didn't have to. You could have went with a white guy. You could have been a spicy Latina chick that white guys love too. You could have been the spicy Latina chick. You could have just passed as Latina. No, I'm Haitian, Puerto Rican, I'm all this African, the mulatto bullshit tribes. They're all bullshit mulatto tribes that emerged from slave trade, from genetic mixing. That's all you saying when you say I'm this, I'm that. All you're saying is I am from an unnatural, genetically mutated tribe. All right, and instead of trying to fight that war without the complexion to do so, you should have just acted and passed as a spicy Latina woman, got you a motherfucking Spanish accent, and got one of these white guys who's too afraid to get with a black woman, got one of these white dudes money. But no, you just had to be with a black man to prove that you're black, and now he's ruined your life. And he's going to ruin your life worse than he would ruin a black. Because a black woman, we could shake off a black man's hatred. We actually, dark-skinned black women, we actually have the ancestors in our genetics. You white-skinned women don't. You the better off. You the better off praying to Hecate. You the might as well did some Hecate, did some Gaelic shit. You the might as well did some Gaelic Druid, some Gaelic Druid shit. All right? Because you don't have access to our African ancestors the way y'all think y'all do. And I've made other videos about this. You don't. The version of the version of the Orisha and the Loa that you think you worship in, the most you get in is Eshu disguising himself as white until you convince yourself to preach against interracial dating. And Eshu will disguise himself as something that you're familiar with, or something that you want to receive. He'll disguise himself as what you think you worship in, until you accept the reality that it's not that. Eshu will disguise himself until he has worked with you so much that you realize that he's an angel, until you realize he's actually from heaven. He will act demonic. He'll act like Vodun. He'll act like he's so against Christ until you accept Christ by accident, because you playing around with Eshu so much, he done played a trick on you. And Eshu will do that. He will trick you into thinking that you have the true God until you actually accept Christ by accident. And you got and you got a lot of you white Latinos who think that you practice Vodun, Lukumi, Palomayome. Santeria is brujeria. And Mexicans, they have their ancestors and their genetics are similar enough. When they do Santeria, their forces of nature here, them Quetzalcoatl and all of them, they will respond the way our African Orisha will respond to us, and they will respond as Orisha. And they may think that they're calling on a black version or whatever, but you got to understand, the Mexican and the Central American region, that particular region in Mexico, they were not conquered. That Aztec. Now I don't know the Mayans, the Incas, but I'm telling you, them Aztecs. Okay, they got fire in them. All right, and their ancestors, they can call on them through Santeria. They may be thinking they're calling on the African gods and stuff, but the South American, the Central American forces of nature right there will support and co-sign a true blood Mexican with that Aztec, Incan, Mayan here and there, but that Aztec is a bitch, okay? And that Aztec can invoke some shit, because they more gully than the African when it comes to getting against these crackers. All right. But what I'm trying to say is, a lot of you light-skinned white Latinos, Eshu is tricking you into thinking that white version of the Orisha that you worship is the African ancestors, when they're disguising them, when it's really European ancestors disguising themselves as African, so you stay in a revolutionary mindset and hope. And if you're really working with the African ancestor, you will never be in an interracial relationship. You would never be in no interracial relationship if you're working with the real African ancestor. You are working with white supremacist deities that you're working with your white supremacist deities. And that's why you got white people who they worship a white version of the ancestors, just like Christ got whitewashed by who drew that portrait of Christ? Machiavelli or somebody, or whoever, or Michelangelo, or whoever the fuck drew the portrait of Christ that was in the image of Cesare Borgia. It was an image of Cesare Borgia. No, Cesare Borgia. That motherfucker was a Spaniard. Now then, the Spaniards, that you better learn about them Spaniards, and you gonna learn about the Spaniard. And I tell black people, stop dealing these Latinas. They got none but Spaniard blood in them. And them Spaniards was worse than the English, French, Dutch, Portuguese. The Spanish were the worst, because they couldn't stand us for being black, because back when the Moors took over Europe and the Spanish became the Spanish, because they wasn't fully Moorish no more, they held a grudge that they not black since then. At least the Italians You know what I'm saying? At least the Italians didn't necessarily, they Roman. But them Spaniards is not Roman like the Italians who used to be black and now they look more Greek. And the Greeks still look black, goddamn it. Y'all need to learn this genetic ethnic phenotype shit, and the Bible will tell you it all if you pay attention and are smart. You know, the Spaniards was the worst. And these Latinas is full blood Spaniard. And they convince themselves that they're black the way white people tell their white American children, claim that Native American blood so we can get the resources, so we can run the plantation, so we can get all the wealth from the casinos. Claim Native American blood so we can get all the government benefits that are given to Native Americans or that are meant for Native Americans, but we can monopolize off of it as white people. White people have been doing this since the beginning of America, taking the resources that were meant for slave descendants or for the colonized indigenous tribes and taking it for their own, because when they came as colonizers, not pilgrims, colonizers. Them pilgrims turn later, yeah, them pilgrims, the offspring of the pilgrims, they're part of the problem because they're getting, but they ain't nothing but white trash Mormons. The pilgrims, they didn't do nothing but become Mormon. They didn't do nothing but become Mormon, and they live off each other. They is not bothering nan nigga. The pilgrims that didn't bother nobody and escaped the motherfucking Catholic Church, England, bitch, and came to America as settlers, pilgrims. They didn't bother nobody. Didn't bother nobody. To this day, the pilgrims who became the Mormons, they became the Mormon here, all up in Oregon or whoever the fuck. They still live off of each other, live off of the land, don't mate with nobody else, don't bother nobody else, don't hardly buy nobody else's shit. They're still not black people and Native American or Mexican people's problems. White people. It's always these white people with some fucking Spanish in them. Let me tell you about English. The English and the English people in England, and then they're not all that racist. They're angry, they got issues, they want power, they want control, but once they got the gun, they took over, but they're not all that racist. They hate each other more than they hate the African. The English hate the Irish hate the English, they argue in that little itty bitty landmass of Europe, that little itty bitty Europe, and then England even smaller than that. And them motherfuckers arguing with the person right next to them. They don't give a damn about no niggas. For real. They don't give a damn about no niggas unless we up in there bothering they shit. That's why they mad about the immigration. They could give a damn, but now the immigrants have invaded their livelihood. And now people are accusing them of being racist for fighting back against immigration because they know immigration is not about immigration. It's about conquering, colonizing, and there are some schemes behind it. And it is not about what's best for the people. Therefore, it is not constitutional. You see. So, what I'm saying in English ain't really that racist. The Spanish were the ones who were racist and colorist. And you Ayana Jada bitches, you got Spanish. You got more Spanish in you than anything. And that's why you can't stand to mate with someone of your same color. You have to create genetic mutations. You have to conquer, because you Spanish people, since the Moors took over Europe and made Spain what it is today, you guys have been mad that you are not black anymore. And you guys, the Strait of Gibraltar and all that, Spanish is right next to North Africa. Spanish is right fucking next to Egypt. It's right there. Right next to the Horn of Africa or whatever. Right there. So you're the being black by injection and all that, it's not gonna happen. God has drawn a line And you are on the white Caucasian side of that line. And the best, what does the Bible say about the Gentile? You know, and we talk about the 12 tribes and, oh, well, the Puerto Ricans are the tribe of Issachar and the Cubans are the tribe of this, that. That's all good and well, but we was all black. Not looking like you, Ayana. Not looking recessive, goddammit. Now, if you aren't from Morocco or Madagascar, you have no business looking Caucasian talking about you African. And that's on God. And even the Moroccans and the Madagascar, they just look like light-skinned Ethiopians. They just look like Ethiopians with a yellow undertone or slightly pinker undertone instead of the blue and purple undertones or the golden undertone, you know, of the dominant genetic. Spanish was the worst. And you white women, God drew a line genetically. Stop trying to cross the line and appreciate what God gave you, and you won't curse yourself because you are desperate to be black. Because you're not going to get the black woman's experience. You're going to get a curse worse than what the curse on the black woman. Because the curse upon the dark-skinned woman with kinky hair, that curse is us suffering the sins of our forefathers. Honey, you don't got the forefathers I have. You are a white woman. So the curse that you suffer from being so racist that you thought it was okay to bring mutants into this world, that's going to be different than the curse I suffer where I come from a community where there's no available men, where no matter how beautiful I am, I get less than and treated a certain way. I suffer that curse in society, but I will never suffer the curse of looking in the mirror and hating my reflection. I will never suffer that. You have to. And you want to stop suffering that curse of looking in the mirror and hating your reflection as a light-skinned woman? Stop hanging around black people. Hang around people that look like you, and you'll start to love how you look. And you won't be so envious of how God made other women look. And you won't spend your entire life, spirituality, and genetics trying to prove that you're something that you're not. Stop hanging around black people. And I understand the juxtaposition. I understand on a spiritual level, we have to be communal, but I'm talking genetics right now. There is a clear difference between a woman who does not look black, and you can say, well, I'm not a white mom. Spain is in Europe. So it's great that you don't want to claim white because you don't have a pink undertone, which you kind of do, Ayana. You know, it's great if you don't want to claim white because you are not from England. We get it. You're not from England. You're still white. You are white. You are not a black woman. Now, if you want to say that you're a brown woman, fine. But when people look at you and your husband, they're looking at a black man who hates black women and married you because you're not a black woman, but you can act like you are. You need to validate your whiteness. Stop trying to give yourself the stamp of approval that you're a black woman when you're not. Start validating your whiteness and being around people who look like you, having sex and babies by people that look like you, and you won't suffer the curse of self-hatred every time you look in the mirror wishing that you looked like me. You won't suffer that if you would segregate yourself from what has really nothing to do with you, which is the curse upon people that look like me. It's my job to be around my motherfucking people and try and show them a better way. And it's not easy. That's why I tell black women, get around white people because you'll have a different, better experience. But the curse that I have to suffer is being around these niggas, being beautiful and educated and trying to elevate them. That's that's the discipline God gave me. That's my disciple prophet path. Bitch, y'all need to go around white people. Get the fuck away from black people with your whiteness and go around white people and suffer the curse of looking like them around them. Like I have to suffer the curse of looking like my people around my people. Would I ever want to look a different way? No, I'm the most beautiful woman in the world. That's why I tell you the beginning of beauty is accepting your beauty, because you're gonna suffer either way, but you might as well suffer how society stigmatizes you instead of suffering from self-hatred where you're trying to kill your own beauty and look like something else. I would rather go out into the world and people not offer me opportunities because they're afraid of my skin color than to look in the mirror and not be this skin color. That's why I say most black women are not lightening their skin and straightening their hair. Most white women are getting lip injections and destroying themselves, albeit they can afford to have a African feature. There are more white women who are sun tanning, and tanning, you will naturally get tan when you are getting uh energy from the sun where you're outside. We're talking about the cosmetic act of darkening your skin so you can look tan. Not the, oh, I live in a tropical climate and I am healthy and I get outside and my skin is naturally a tan color because I live in this environment. We're talking about white people who go out of their way to look tan so they on a daily basis can look sun-kissed, as if they live in a climate that would give them that natural complexion. There's more white people doing that than black women actually bleaching their skin to get a husband. Like I said, you can tell when a black woman bleaches her skin. She looked like that movie White Girl. What's that? What she looked like? She looked like the Wayans brothers looked in Scream. She looked like the that didn't Eddie didn't oh no, that was Tu Wong Fu. Thanks for everything. No, I'm talking about, no, because Eddie Murphy played himself. He just had on a dress. Not Eddie Murphy, motherfucker, Wesley Snipes, bitch. When the Wayans brothers did that White Girls movie that I didn't watch, but I saw the commercial, the trailer, and they that's how when a black woman bleaches her skin, that's what she looks like. She looks like completely African with pale cadaver skin color. She looks like the Wayans brothers looked when they played that movie White Girls or whatever. That's how she looks. She don't look she does not look like a white girl. And my point is, the amount of black women bleaching their skin, even in Africa where it's prevalent, places in India or places in Asia where it is prevalent, still not, I still would bet it's not nearly as many dark skinned women bleaching their skin as it is light skinned women tanning and contouring theirs. Now remember, black women outnumber white women globally. Let's be kind. Let's be nice and say for every white woman there's 5-10 black women. Let's just say we outnumber white people 1 to 10. That's a very generous. Remember, white people stop procreating. And when I say stop procreating, I mean the amount of babies born surpassed the amount of people that died each year. White people stopped having more births than deaths in Europe, in their nation, in their communities in America 20 years ago. White people stopped procreating more than they started dying 20 years ago. So like I said, I'm being very generous when I say worldwide there's probably one white person for every 10. It's probably one white person for every 50,000 black people or dark-skinned people. That's probably more of a accurate thing. So at the end of the day, white people are an extreme minority. Extreme. And for white people to be anything but I don't want to say Trump supporting, because politics can get real murky. And there's a lot of people who don't support Trump for valid reasons that are not necessarily about the liberal agenda. They are still stupid. They are still trying to prove something. They are still minding business that really has nothing to do with them as a white person. A lot of white people aren't rich enough to mind black people's and brown people's and women's business. They act like they are, but they're not. All right. The only people who should be minding black and brown people and women's business and veterans are lawmakers and people in legislation. These white people who have regular job, but they just make an extra figure more than a black person made because they're white. They're still not rich enough to really be in the business of anyone but their own white business. Now, if your business is about helping black owned business or something, that's one thing. But a lot of these fucking crackers, the middle class died. The middle class is dead, and a lot of these white people is not rich enough to be liberal. Y'all need to be conservative. Y'all are losing wealth, black, collectively. Like, um, black the reason that, just like I saw this reel about this guy was getting mad at this black owned business, and the black owned business was charging $30 for a 3 meat plate, so you get 3 different meats. You got like a small side of mac and cheese, I think a small side of coleslaw, a side of sauce, and it was $30. So this particular plate it looked more upscale, the way the meat was cut, the way the things were packaged. It was soul food, but for me, the way it was presented, it I think $30 was expensive, but for a black owned business, if your goal is to support a black owned business, $30 did not seem expensive for the way the food looked and was presented for a black owned business. It was in sustainable packaging, and the food looked well prepared, and it looked tasty enough. It didn't look like some real soul food stuff. Like, I can get a $20 plate of some slathering looking jerk chicken, at a festival, and these are black owned businesses that, they've been going forever. So yeah, you can get it cheaper, but at the end of the day, if your goal is to support a black owned business, and that black owned business has the goal and the look of being more upscale, if your goal is to support black owned business, $30 is not going to be a problem for a plate of food that was prepared with professionalism, because your goal was to support the black owned business. Now, you can eat anywhere. Your goal was to support the business. $30 is not a lot, because I promise you will go downtown and pay $50 for food that does not taste good at a white restaurant or at a white venue. You would go to a white person and pay $50 for something that was not as good. So this is what I'm saying. Black people, we have an enormous amount of spending. We can spend our money more than white people can, because white people do not know how to budget in poverty. We do. That's why we have enough spending money and buying power, because white people, they save money. So now that they have to spend money and figure out how to budget, because they're not just getting money just to be white anymore, and the middle class is soaked up, and they got to figure out how to get a job and make money. They can't just be white anymore. These white people have to go get a job, apply for jobs, pay their bills, pay for mortgage. They have to do the same things that black people have to do now. That was not the case before. Everything was handed to white people. All they had to do was show up and take it. Now white people have to go out and work for a living. They have to apply. They have to get the education. They have to get the degree. They have to apply. They have to pass the interview. And a lot of them aren't doing it because a lot of them aren't qualified, and a lot of companies are hiring people based on qualification, and they are opening their doors to black people because they don't want to be slapped with a bunch of racist lawsuits. And these white people are not nearly as qualified as the black people who have had to work since before they had a job, because our parents taught us how to work in the home. And most white women only were taught how to marry a rich white man, and and then fudge the documents so they can get on welfare, like these Jewish women are, so they can be on welfare while married. So and herein is why you have a lot, and that's really that too. This is why you got a lot of black. I'm not, and I will say this: you got a lot of black men that are not married. They're in a relationship. They live with their baby mama and everything, but they go out and they behave like they're single because they never really got they they are doing the same thing that these Jewish people are doing, and they're doing it like in the name of being Islamic or being Hebrew Israelite nation, but they're having a bunch of babies by a bunch of different women a lot of times if they are Hebrew Israelite nation, um, them false ones. But they're not getting married, and they talk against the marriage certificate because they study Jewish culture, and they know that without the marriage certificate, the woman can still get government money from the government, and um the man can work and bring in money, which is where if when they if you're married and they find that out, you are not qualified, and you're not qualified for assistance the way a single mother is. And so a lot of black men who be cheating or who already have a woman or who have kids, they're not married, but they are married. But because they're not married on paper, they go out and behave like they're single. But that's why I say don't date a black baby daddy. Because a lot of times the only reason a man can even afford to date a woman when he has children is because his woman is doing all the work and covering the bills, so he can go out and act single for 1 or 2 nights. Most of these black men will knock up a woman that they know can take care of everything. All he had to do it now he's has babies, but he never had finances. Black men do this too. But the white woman was saying that it's more white women on welfare than there are black women in America. Black people, our parents have raised us out of slavery. We've gotten jobs, we've gotten educated, we are independent, we're doing good for ourselves. And despite what you may see talked about on reels and internet, black women are not having babies out of wedlock like the last generation and the generation before us was. We are not having babies by black men. We are getting our money, we're traveling, we're independent, we're educated. And this is what I'm saying with black business. Like, if you want to support black business, paying $30 for a good meal that was prepared well is not going to be an issue. That's only an issue if you are broke. There are so many black people who are involved with being part of the problem and who have black businesses for us to go to and support, where we don't have to leave our community anymore to get anything that we need. Furthermore, there are so many white businesses that have accommodated black customers. All the black foundations with that are for complexions way darker than mine. That's white. These are white makeup companies. So my point is, black people have more spending power in America than white people, not just because there's more of us than, well, in America there might not necessarily be more black people than white people. However, I think if you did the numbers, there are. But because we have the numbers and because we spend our money traditionally, whereas white people, they hoard it and they save it and they don't spend it, and it goes to keeping their assets. When white people lose their assets and then they have to go work for their money, and they, now they have to figure out how to budget things because they don't know how to work for a living. And they're not qualified to, most of the time. They're not qualified to. And these companies fail because they have white people in leadership positions when the black people should be in the leadership position, and the white people should be doing what the black people tell them will work to run the company. No, you have a bunch of 20-year-old people who barely graduated college in leadership positions, and a bunch of 50-year-old labor workers who have been with that company for 20 years, who know how to run it, who are never given the opportunity to be promoted, not just because of ageism, because they're black. So that's why companies have failed, have tanked, and they're learning that. And now companies are starting to hire the people who are the most qualified to run that company, which is black women. So we're at a time where white people are not achieving prosperity as much as black people are. And that is the number one reason why white women are going after black men. They're scared. They see that white men are not white menning anymore, and they're scared. And so they want to hurry up and take away from the black woman before the black woman gets it. They want to take whatever's left before the black woman gets it. You know, white people, there's no more middle class. Black people, we have buying power. So it is 100%, you know, we don't ever really have to leave our community anymore to get the things we need, because there's so many black businesses. And even if we physically have to go to travel to get to a black business, at least we're not leaving the black pro black agenda when with our spending. We don't have to go outside of black people at all to get the items that we need on a regular basis as black people. And we are learning that, and we are doing a lot. And a lot of the change in algorithms and the change in things, you black people have to understand, it is because our black businesses are succeeding. So they're making it harder for artists to make money. They're making it harder for businesses to make money. They're making it harder for people to make money off of this. All that was attack on black people. Every time they change the algorithm is because black people are doing better. So again, I say, you white women, you're scrambling to get the era of Jubilee. We are in Jubilee. We are in a time where white people are finna get retribution for what they've done. And you white women, you are scrambling to get with black men and get black men's approval and get on that side of Jubilee, because you don't want to suffer the curse of this is the fall of Babylon and we're seeing the downfall of the white man. And you guys don't want to go over there with the white man that you are like, and preach and talk your shit and do what God sent you to do. God sent you on a mission. The moment he made you white, he gave you a fucking mission. The moment he made you look white but think black, he gave you a mission. And you don't, and you're not being humble to your skin color. Light skinned women, humble yourself to the fact that you're white. I'm talking to my viewers who do voodoo. You ones that identify as black or as African because you do some African spirituality, because you come from one of these mulatto tribes that emerged during slavery. Want no Haiti before slavery? Want no Jamaica before slavery? Belize before slavery? Puerto Rico, Cuba? None of this shit existed before slavery. These are places the African slaves went and escaped slavery using voodoo, and they made it with some of the Native Americans on these islands who still look black a lot of times. You know, the Arawak Indian, these are black phenotypes. Now, when you get to that Taino, that's when they started looking like crackers. That's when y'all start looking white, like Moroccans or some shit. No Mexican look like no Spaniard. Mexicans don't look like motherfucking Spaniards. Now they do, but they didn't before. And a lot of them are light skinned, but still got them real old Mech fucking features, bitch. I don't know how else to say this, light skinned women. Please have a fucking seat. Please stop sleeping with black men. And I'm telling you this on your behalf as your spiritual guidance counselor. As Black High Priestess, my light-skinned female followers, particularly the ones who also deal with Oshun, that I reveal a lot of mysteries of. Stop cursing yourself with black men. You're gonna suffer 10 times more if you deal with a black man than a sister would. And I warn black women to not deal with these men, but you are gonna suffer worse. Because you know the only reason he's with you is because of your skin color. And I'm not trying to take away your pleasure. Like I said, if you're not spiritual and you are not taking on a spiritual oath by preaching against interracial dating, if you're not fulfilling a spiritual role or a spiritual gift that you have by preaching fervently against interracial dating through conviction and through your own bad experience of having a white mother, if you cannot spiritually be convicted, you are better off just sleeping with niggas for pleasure and getting their money. So if you want a black man for pleasure so bad, please forfeit your spirituality and just sleep with black men for pleasure. And know that and get the pleasure of having sex with a black man. if that's what you want, and see what fruit that bears for you. All right. But if you're spiritual, you are really gonna curse yourself talking about your spiritual when you are acting like a fucking slave master in an interracial relationship. No spiritual person is in an interracial relationship. If you can't marry a man who looks like you, especially after slavery, talking about you're a revolutionary and you are in a slave master relationship, you know, the black ancestors and your white ancestors are both going to curse you. If you want blessings from both of your ancestors, do both of your ancestors a favor and speak against interracial dating and start to develop the racist mindset that segregation is the only way to end this war, this race war, segregation. No ancestor wants their genetics mixed with the European. You know, there's, I've made alliances in the spirit realm between Shango and Thor. Still ain't had nothing to do with sleeping with hooking Irish women up with black men in the name of a spiritual alliance. There is nothing more revolutionary than a white woman who preaches against interracial dating. The most important thing that happened in Malcolm X was, aside from black women understanding, stay the fuck away from black men. Whether they revolutionary or not, they can't keep their hands off of a white woman. But when Malcolm X changed, he learned, and when the white woman came and asked, and she thought she was being helpful, and she was saying, what can I do to help your cause? And he looked her dead in the eye and said, nothing. And he walked away. Until you white women humble yourselves to the skin color God gave you, and you stop trying to take on the responsibilities that God gave the dark-skinned woman. He gave me and my sisters the phenotype needed to do our work. Stop trying to do our work and stop sleeping with our men and go do the work God told you to do and tell white people to stop sleeping with us. Control your lust. More importantly, control your jealousy. But the most important, control your fucking self-hatred. How could you hate yourself so much that you decide to bring a baby into this world that is a mutant? Why will you want your child to suffer because you can't stand the fact that you're not a black woman? That level of sickness. Gaddafi Bloom. Hey again. Thank you for listening. It's been 2.5 hours. I probably should get off. I really wanted this to be short and sweet, and this has gone way too long. But it's please, white women who have been told that you're black because you're Latino, you're Spanish, or because you're, you know, because you think you're Haitian or some weird shit, please stop letting black men use you. Please overcome your slave syndromes that you need to have sex with black people. You said, all right, pretty face. Yeah, I just, threw on a little, I just decided to get cute today. But it's a lot of times I'm inspired to go live. It's like the middle of the night or 3 a.m. and it's dark and I don't feel like turning on the lights, but it's bright and early today and I got good lighting, so that probably helps. But yeah, the most important thing you need to do, light-skinned women, is you need to acknowledge that your level of self-hatred surpasses any level of self-hatred that any black man or black woman has. You all are extremely livid. You all are beyond pissed off that you are not black. And you need to humble yourself to how God made you. Stop trying to be something you're not. Accept the fact that you are white and go explain to white people why it is sinful to have babies by black people. Sinful. And you always gonna see this shit in church. The church always turns the other way to everything the Bible fucking says in the name of what? Keeping Church people don't give a damn about what the Bible says. They don't. The only people that go to church and that are drawn to church and that benefit from going to church are these parents with these fucking handicapped children and these fucking old ugly couples that no one wants to be around because they're not very smart. They're not, they're old, they're unattractive. And they don't have they don't got nothing going on. That's who's in church. Old couples and parents with handicapped kids. The moment someone the moment someone becomes an adult and becomes too attractive to be in church with a bunch of weirdos, and a bunch of people who have ruined their life so much that they are now looking for that their life has gotten so bad that they are now considering God. They're now considering, well, maybe someone at church can help me because it's supposed to. That's the only people who's at church. If you're an attractive adult at church, the only reason most white men that are middle age, or most white men that are in church over the age of 25 or 30, they're divorced, or they're a bit special. All right? That, you know, you know, these white the people in church, people in church, they're looking for something. They don't fit in anywhere, and they're acting like believing in God and this culture. They're putting on an act because they need somewhere to belong. And then so they're acting, and I'm not saying that people don't believe in God and Bible, but most of the people at church, you can look at them and tell that they're not, there's nothing spiritual going on in their life. There's no spirituality happening in their life. They are awkward, they're weird, awkward, average than a motherfucker looking people who are looking for something that will make them feel special, because they are the most average people you will ever meet. And some of them are talented, but they're not attractive enough to and they're really sometimes not confident enough. And the other thing about church is some people are performers, but they're adults, they're performers now, and going mainstream is too taxing, so they can consistently perform at church. So that is one good thing I'll say at church. There are adults in church, but they're there because they're performers who need a regular way to perform. And occasionally they might actually get saved because they're performing in church. But church is not for people who are already powerful, unless they're trying to run the congregation. Church is not, people who have power don't go to church. People who are beautiful, people who are attractive, people who are rich, people who are happily married don't go to church. The only people that go to church are people who need help, or people who are bored and need something to do every day because they don't have a job. Nobody who works for a living and is attractive goes to church. Retired, ugly couples go to church. I'm finna leave. If no one else has anything to say, I've said it all. Black women, the best thing you can do for your light-skinned friends and your white female friends is tell them the truth. Don't validate. Even if it's someone you just met and you're trying to be cordial at work and you're trying to be friendly, at the bar or at an event, and these white women come and attack you with trying to be nice and everything because you're a black woman, you stand out, you're more attractive than them, and they just have to let you know how gorgeous you look and this and that, and they're drawn to you. They're drawn to you, and all of it. Stop, black women, dark skinned women, stop letting white women, light skinned women trauma dump on you. Stop letting them dump the trauma of being white on you. Stop letting them dump their jealousy and I wish I was black, and they attack you, trying to grab onto you because they just need something black in their life. They just need it so bad. White people are vampires. the you know and around amongst themselves, they'll just fight each other, be tribal. But the moment white people get around black people, that's when you're going to see their nature. That's when you're going to see how they really feel about being white in a world where we also exist. They will not let us just be black. And the best you can get from a white person is for them to be openly racist, for them to openly believe in segregation, for them to be a Trump supporter, for them to want segregation. Because the further away they are from black people, the less they will bother us. They're not going to be bombing us. They're not going to be sleeping with our men, raping our women. They're not going to be trying to steal our children for slave labor or molest our children. They're not going to be trying to eat us and do all this stuff. White people cannot be away from black people. And the best, most superior white person is the one who wants to get as far away from black people as possible. That is the white person who is not a parasite to the black race to survive. That is the superior man. The superior man wants segregation. And the superior man unites with a nation for an alliance. Interracial marriage was only when one nation wanted to align and unite with another nation for power. It was never something the peasants did. Yeah, there's plenty of stories and mythologies and fantasies about, this family again, Romeo and Juliet. Oh, that's so cute. No, y'all, you gonna end up dead. You gonna end up divorced. Your children will end up dead. Like Romeo and Juliet ended up dead because they wanted to love each other and their family said no. And they were teenagers. It was like 13 and 14 if you read it. But at the end of the day, you think all this taboo shit and opposites attract and all this shit is cute. When, again, I can't stress it enough, being married to a person of another race is the number one reason for divorce in America, if not worldwide. It is demonic, and you are demon possessed. And the moment you create a child by someone who is a different race and who does not look like you, you have been cursed. And then you will see the true motive of your decision, and you're going to see what demon you were worshiping when you got into an interracial relationship. So, black women, start telling these white women the truth when they want to be all in your face because you have everything that they don't have, that God didn't give them. Tell them the truth. Stop being too nice. Stop co-signing their fuckery. Stop letting them coerce you and manipulate you into acting liberal because they want to relate to you based on being a Trump hater, because they think they think relating to your experience starts with hating white people. Black women, start checking these white women at the gate and telling them how you really feel. Start letting them know they are the problem and that they cannot relate to your experience. And that if they want to be friends with you, they need to find another topic other than race to relate to you on. Never befriend a white woman on the topic of race or colorism. Now you want to be part of the Latino community, and you want to be part of the Vodun community, and you want to relate off of, we both do spirituality, cool. Never relate to a non-black person off of the basis of hating white people. Reject and rebuke that, and let these women know your problem with being white is not my problem. Stop letting light-skinned women make their self-hatred your problem to deal with, because you have something they don't. That's that white part of them trying to colonize you and trying to invade your space because you have what they don't. Stay away from these women. Stop, black women, stop letting these women with all of these mental issues. And I said this in my last upload. So that means I'm not gonna see you on IG with some white man. I mean, I do hang out with white people, but you know, I'm not if I can get some money, I might, if I can get money and my cats will be put up somewhere, I can't guarantee I won't let someone marry me, and I get some real money, if I can get some real money, and then I can give you $5,000 to support your black business. I'm gonna go for what is gonna optimize my experience. If a man who happens to not be black will give me financial stability at this time in my life, I'm not going to promise my followers that I would reject that in the name of pro-black. I'm not going to promise that I will reject a white man's money and stability at this stage in my life. But for all intents and purposes, you guys will probably definitely see me with white men through events at dinners and things. But don't think just because I'm at dinner and doing the things that I do on a weekly basis. Fine dining, food reviews, film reviews, networking. I'm a sommelier. So you're definitely going to see me with white men on IG. But I am single, and I'm probably not sleeping with them. And just because I see them, just because you see me with them, does not mean I'm having sex with them. And I will say this. I will say this. The things that I talk about are my best advice so black women can avoid the struggle that I endure when dating. The things that I tell black women are for black women who look like me, who have a similar experience, so they are not single in their 30s, single in their 40s, single in their 50s, trying to find love because you're in the wrong environment. I am telling black women how to not end up like me, single at this age. I'm telling black women the mistakes and the things that I have learned as a dark-skinned black woman who is educated that would have prevented me from being single. And unfortunately, the reality of having this skin color is you are going to get treated way better by white men. And this is not, and I'm talking to black women who are as intelligent as me. Do you have any idea of how intellectual I actually am? I'm not having these intellectual conversations with a bunch of niggas on dates. When I talk to white men, we don't sit around and talk about race and stuff all the time. We talk about a lot of stuff that I don't have conversations with black people, because all black people want to talk about is racism. On an intellectual level, the intellectual stimulation that I need. I know white culture. I know a lot of culture. I am not narrow-minded. So I don't like to sit around all day for hours talking about race and spirituality. And at the end of the day, to have the experience and the wisdom to intellectually stimulate me as a woman, that's not going to come from a lot of black people in Chicago who did not grow up like I grew up as an actual token black. So when I'm telling black women who are like me, I'm always first and foremost talking to black witches who are gifted, who identify as being a witch, who have certain gifts that already isolate you when your skin color has already isolated you from society, from romantic prosperity, from being treated good by your mother, from all these things. What I'm telling black women, I'm giving spiritual guidance for spiritual black women and for black women who are models and who are too fucking smart to date these dumb men who have nothing to offer that other black women could have a great relationship with because they're dumb as fuck too. I'm telling educated black women who have an ability to be part of the solution, your best bet is to get this money from these white people to help black business. Because black men are not going to offer you shit. They don't have nothing to offer you. And if they do, they're with a white woman or they're a homosexual. There are no black men out here left. There's no men left. And in the last 30 years, all black men have been doing is dating white women. And now the divorce rate in America is over 50% because of that, because of interracial dating. So economically, I could not, with a straight face, tell any woman who looks like me to limit yourself to black men. You will end up single at my age. You will end up single in your 50s. And I don't want that for black women. I don't give a damn about what the ancestors have to say. As Black High Priestess, I'm letting you know the most important thing that I want for black women is that you have a man loving you. I'm dealing with the mysteries of Oshun in particular. Love is number one for us. And I don't want to see my sisters broke or alone. And if you are in the black community and you look like me, the black community has nothing to offer you. So if you are ugly and fat and stupid and average, the black community has a lot to offer you. If you are better, there's nothing there for you. White people have those resources that a black model who has beauty and has the power of beauty and the influence that her beauty gives. Black people don't know what the fuck to do with that. The only thing that black people know what to do with your beauty is your black female friends are going to keep you as far away from the good black men as possible. And the black men are going to use you to get a whatever resource they can, and then they'll cheat on you or discard you because they don't want the responsibility of protecting you. They just want to use your beauty to get what they couldn't get without you making him look good. That's what you're going to get from black people. I'm telling you from experience as a woman who looks like me. And if you're smart and beautiful, but your skin is dark, if you have dark skin, you're smart, you're beautiful, and you're skinny, get the fuck away from black people. There's nothing there. White people know how to protect and provide for a woman who is beautiful. Black men do not have that history or that experience for protecting and providing for a beautiful feminine woman. The black man is feminine. So if you are a feminine black woman and you are not an angry, loud, masculine, running the house, doing everything, superwoman, power woman, black woman who runs everything like a matriarch, if you are a feminine black woman and you meet the beauty standards in America, you meet the beauty standards. Black people don't have anything to offer you. Your whole experience with black people will be the same experience that a white person has with black people. You will only be around black people to get the nourishment and to get the soulfulness. You'll get soul from black people, but you're not going to get resources. Black men only know how to be with ugly women that they don't have to protect her beauty. No other man wants to sleep with her. She has her own shit. That's what a black man can afford. He cannot afford a feminine woman. If he can, he will get a white one. And this is what I'm trying to say, sisters. All black men know this, and we don't have to explain it to them. They know it. They want to try to control you, like you're not, like, oh, you got to be pro-black. Sisters, and I'm not coming at you, Gaddafi. I'm letting black women know, get the fuck away from black men. They all they do, they talk that shit, they talk good shit. They have nothing to offer you. And sisters, let me remind you of something very important. I'm let me put this phone on the charger. Let me remind you, black women, of something very important in all of this. All these black men you know, who make these comments on my videos or when I go live and you see these black men that say this stuff and, oh, you're pretty and we're not going to see you white. And none of these black men come in none of these black men find me. None of these black men book an oracle consultation to have a phone conversation with me to get to know me. None of these black men access me other than when I'm making myself available going live. None of these black men actually in real time try to date me. You know who does? It's the white guys. So I'm letting you know, Gaddafi Bloom, I'm telling black women what they need to know to be happy. And it is to get the fuck away from black men. Because you guys, all you do is talk. You have nothing to offer. And if you do, you're too scared. You're too scared to commit to a beautiful black woman. You can't fight. You're afraid of white people. So I'm telling black women, when you have value, black people have no standards. So when you have value and you meet the standards that white people set, go around white people because they will give you resources. If you are beautiful and intelligent around black people and you're skinny, which black men don't like, black men like fat women. Fat women represent prosperity, represent she's eating. So if she's already fat, then that symbols to him he don't have to buy her nothing. She can feed herself. She's already fat. And he liked fat women because all they care about is having a baby. And the fatter a black woman is, the more likely she will survive childbirth and the more likely she can give birth to the African genetics of his. So this is what I'm trying to tell black women. Black men don't like you. They want you to like them. Beautiful black women, you have a quality that is above what the black man is trained and programmed and genetically capable of taking responsibility for. That's why I tell black women like me, spiritually be celibate, be with black men, get to Africa as quickly as possible to be with a black man. Or start traveling and finding other black American men who got the fuck out of America because they knew their worth. But if you're a black woman in America and you meet the standards that white people have set, if you meet the IQ standards, you meet the health and wellness standards, you meet the physical beauty standards, and except you got 4C hair and dark skin. All black people know how to do is exploit your value. White people will pay you. I'm not talking about OnlyFans. I'm talking about these white men will marry you and you'll get alimony. You will get actually taken on dates. Instead of Netflix and chill in one date and now he wants to move in with you or some shit. White women, you're intelligent, you're beautiful, you are well spoken, and you actually know how to relate to white women, and you don't come in with a black attitude thinking that you're better than white women, and you actually know their culture, you know their social norms, you know how to have banter and how to network with white women, and you know how to talk to them, you know their language, you know their nuances, you grew up around white women and you behave more like a white woman than you do like a black woman. White women will hire you and white women will promote you. White men don't promote you. The white woman will. I'm talking to dark-skinned black women who look like me. What I mean is you're witchy, you're educated, you're different, you're gifted. You don't have to look like me, but what I'm saying is your skin is dark and you got 4C hair. And you're not ugly in the face. And you have a fit athletic body. You don't wear, your pant size is not bigger than 6. All right, so let's cut the fuckery. If your pant size, you can fit a size 0 or 0 to 4. 0, 4, 6 is a 6 in European. You're skinny. You really meet you have a body that white men are used to. That white people are used to. You are not considered, oh, your ass is flat around black people. You have the proper shape that a feminine woman should have. You can cross your legs and cute, type shit. Black people are only going to, they don't know what to do with that in America. They're going to exploit it. I mean, you may get a photographer who wants to take pictures of you, but they're not going to pay you. They're broke. A white photographer will book you for a photo session. A white woman will say, "Hey, I'm doing an exhibit on Black women's stories. Will you be a part of it?" This is not shit I'm making up. I'm letting you know what happens in my life. Every time I go live and tell you stories, that shit happened. So and I'm not trying to get on my followers. I'm letting Black women know. All these niggas in my talking all this shit. None of them are trying to date me. I'm telling you, Black women, what is happening in real time. Get the fuck away from Black men. You want to consider marrying a Black man? Go to Africa and get with men who have the tradition of marrying a woman before getting her pregnant. That's in Africa. Stay the fuck away from Black men in America. They are not about any action. They don't know how to take action. And you will be doing all the work. You're going to have to do all the work to show you're interested. You're going to have to do all the work to plan the date. You're going to have to put all the energy in. These Black men are pathetic. They just want to know that you're not going to abandon them. Black women, if you don't start abandoning Black men, they're never going to do better. They're always going to be making sure, well, you're not going to be with a white guy, right? I guess the fuck I am going to be with a white guy. Because I know one thing, you ain't going to be with a Black woman. You gonna sit there, sit online, sit this. Gaddafi probably got a bitch already. He probably sitting next to his bitch right now. Let me tell you, these Black men already got women. They want to know that the Black woman is not gonna abandon his dusty ass and do better. So I'm letting you know, Black women, right now. You love Black men. All they're gonna do is continue to play in your face. If you look good, if you look too good where Black men don't like you because your beauty gives you power, and you know, go where people pay. White men and white women love beautiful Black women who are humble. All right, now you want to be around racist white people who play in your face. Low class white people like low class Black people. High class white people like high class Black people. Low class white people do not like a Black woman who's beautiful, who's educated. Low class white people like Black people who speak Ebonics, who have low class, who make buffoons of themselves, who become entertainment for white people, who, low class white people want a Black person to act the way Black people act in movies, particularly comedy movies. They want us to shuck and jive for their entertainment. Liberal agenda, they want Black people shucking and jiving for their entertainment. High class white people, as they are not color struck. They may have a fear of your color because they're not used to being around it, and it's different, but they're not color struck. They care more about class. If you're Black, and maybe some of them have kids where their kids may act a certain way because their children have genuinely never seen a Black person before. Some of you may not have the experience, but when you really hang around real white people, real crackers, and you're in the situations I've been in, you will be in places and children will run up to you because they have never seen a Black person in their entire life. Children will start holding their parents' hand. They will ask them out loud in public, why is her skin like that? A lot of niggas ain't never been around no real white folks, and I'm gonna tell you right now, those white people whose children is saying why is their skin like that, or running up because they never seen a Black person trying to touch you, that white person is not nearly as racist as that white person who co-signs the behavior of Black people at work, that white person who wants to work around ignorant Black people and condones when they're acting ignorant, condones when they wear a bonnet, condones when they're juking and dancing in the workplace. We just saw, like, I don't know if it was in Atlanta somewhere, some Black doctors are facing a lawsuit because they were dancing while operating on a patient. Now, some of this stuff is
You gotta watch what a lot of things, because some of this content you don't know if it comes from a real source or if it's like AI making the content, but also some of the shit you can't make up. And so what I'm trying to say is, white people who really want black people oppressed and beneath them, and who really think that they're better than black people, they want to surround themselves around ignorant black people. But white people that are racist, if you are come in as a civilized black person who understands their culture and is not trying to ruin their culture with your own, you'll be accepted and you'll be paid, and they will not interfere with your economic prosperity. They will hire you. They'll help you get a job. They'll help you do things. White people will help you economically and financially if you show that you respect their culture when you are around them. And my father taught me, do when in Rome, do what the Romans do. And what niggas don't do is go in Rome and act like the Romans. Niggas go to Rome and still act like niggas and then wonder why. Um, he said, you don't take offense to what I'm saying. You agree with the majority of it. I do have a question. Might sound stupid, but I want to know your thoughts. Well, now's the time to ask, because it's 3 hours now, and I said I was going to get off this thing 45 minutes ago until you started talking. So speak now or forever hold your peace. um, you know, uh, but at the end of the day, um, spiritually, the foundation of my brand is making the black dollar bounce, migrating to Africa to get around and connecting us to our African roots through African spirituality, you know, and romantic prosperity for dark-skinned black women who systematically are left single, and our men are systematically prevented and stopped and programmed to not marry us on a spiritual level. That is the foundation of my brand. So for the light skinned sisters that are watching this, you got to take responsibility for your skin color. Stop trying to be take responsibility for this, what your skin color allows you to do for black people. And that is not taking all the black men from black women in the name of I'm black by injection. So that's just, um, light skinned women. I should, like I said, you guys are always going to have it worse. You're going to have it worse. And if you don't, if you, just like black women have to accept how they're going to be treated because of our skin color, light skinned women start accepting the reality of how society sees your skin color, and stop trying to change how people see you through dating a black man. Stop trying to change how other people see you and learn to accept how you look and figure out why you look that way and what you can do with that look. Because if you keep sleeping with black men with that look, you're gonna not only you're gonna curse yourself, but you're gonna get way more disdain, dislike, um, from both black people and white people for your choice to be with a man who looks nothing like you, when you could have said no and told him what you are telling everyone now, that our union is based on your hatred of black women. I don't want to contribute to that. I believe that black women and black men should be together, and I'm going to make sure my children have the same skin color as me. Because they want to anyway. If you're a white woman, they're not going to look like the daddy. They're going to look like you. Gaddafi says, do you believe for a man to reach his full potential, he would have a good woman by his side? Or do you believe a man should be able to reach his full potential with or without a great woman? That is an excellent, excellent question, especially on a spiritual level. Um, I'm going to start with what the Bible says that I agree with. A man, and I forgot what scripture this is, but it says a man should leave his mother and father and cling to his wife. In our government, so to speak, and in when it comes to giving a man like a ministerial servant or an administrative position within the church, a man typically, and just like our government, a man should be of a certain age. In our government, a man must have had gone to war, and that is why we are no longer really constitutional, because there was a time where a man could not become president unless he was a war veteran. My father was a war veteran. So to answer your question, my father was a Christian. He became a Christian through a miracle. He was blind and he prayed to Christ, and then he could see, and the doctors couldn't figure it out. He had Agent Orange. So my standards for manhood, I go what the Bible says, and I believe that a man, for a man to reach his full potential, I would say, as Black High Priestess, still again me being a woman, being in the or being a witch, I think a man's highest potential, I think a man's highest potential would more so be warlock. And I'm not condoning going to war, but in African spirituality, the ultimate masculinity you can achieve will be Ogun. If you're asking me, does Obatala stand higher than Ogun or this, that? Sure. But if you are not a warrior, if you as a man are not a warrior, you cannot be peaceful. Because I've dated martial artists who have taught me martial arts. And I've been in that realm because my father killed people in Vietnam and was honorably discharged. Because I know real gangbangers, you know. I know and understand that a man who is a killer, like a warrior, King David fought and killed for the nation. His masculinity surpassed that of his son, King Solomon, who destroyed the nation over some pussy because he wanted to sleep with white women, with foreign women. So a woman is not the highest achievement for a man. Adam achieved his perfection as a man way before Eve was conceived. Now, mind you, in the Garden of Eden, the animals that Adam was naming, they already had female counterparts. He didn't. The animals, when he's named the lion and the bear and the this and the that, as far as I know, they already had mates. They had female mates. Adam did not have a mate. His masculinity was full and complete. And he was, and I don't want to, and I'll let me say this, and I really do believe this, especially in my experience. Adam had his full potential. God gave him a garden and let Adam to his devices to see what Adam did with the full potential God gave him. And it wasn't until God rewarded Adam with Eve, or so to speak, he made Eve. Religion will say that Eve was Adam's downfall. That's not false. That he fell from grace because of his choice to be with Eve. My belief, a man must reach his highest potential before he can even consider a woman, or before society can consider him eligible to have a woman. God did not give Adam a woman until he saw how he handled being in the garden on his own. God already made Adam in his own image. He already was the full potential of God. Satan didn't even have as much as Adam, because apparently God loved Adam more than Satan. You know, he let Satan fuck around with Adam through playing with Eve. But Satan's always gonna, Eve was not Adam's downfall. The choice that Adam made to cling to his wife instead of his parent. God was his father. And what did I just say? The scriptures say a man should leave his mother and father's cling to his wife. Adam was the only man in history who chose a woman, who put his woman first. He fell from God's grace because he chose Eve. He chose to stay with his wife. Well, what did that say? God gave Adam the fruits of his labor. He chose his wife, and so we fell from grace and we were born in the sin that happened after the sin. However, the best part, from my perspective, the best part about Adam was that he went against God for the woman God gave him, which means once he had his woman, he didn't even let God come between him and his wife. No man, not King David, not Abraham, none of our forefathers could say no to another woman, say no to God, say no to Satan, because he loved the woman that God made for him. Now look at the black man today. He can't stand the woman God made for him. He can't keep his hands off of Satan's woman. And a lot of these Gentiles of their father, the devil, they have been grafted into the nation of Israel because they accepted Christ as their Lord and Savior. So that's why I say any man in an interracial relationship has not accepted Christ as his Lord and Savior. He's still worshiping the devil. Because a man, the only man anywhere near close to Christ was Adam. And Adam chose the woman God made for him. He chose the woman God made for him and fell from grace. So it's not that a woman is a man's downfall. It's that the easiest way to destroy a man is through his woman. So a man's highest potential is going to be his ability to protect and provide before he even thinks about a woman. If a man is the master of his domain, has he protected and provided for himself, his family, his community? Can a man hunt? Can a man build? In this day and age, hunting and building can translate to getting a job, getting a degree, owning a home, owning a vehicle. It's okay to translate that into modern times. But I prefer that a man still know how to hunt and build. So if you're not really like in a rural area where you were required to go out in the forest and find your way back, build your own cabin, hunt your own food, skin your own animal, if you don't have these off-grid wild nature skills like of a Boy Scout or of a warrior, of a Marine, of a military person, if you don't have these survival skills as a man, because you're from the inner city, that's the only reason as a man you would not have survival skills, is because you were born in a fuck inner city. So if you don't have those survival skills as a man, you need to at least play a sport to show that you can compete with other men. If you can't actually hunt your own food and build your own home with your hands the way you would have been required to do before you were considered a man and not a boy, if you have not killed another man the way warriors require you to do before you are considered a man and not a boy. That's why I say a warlock, and I'm not saying the greatest potential for a man is to kill another man. I'm saying the greatest potential for a man is to be the master of his domain. And Ogun is undefeated. Shango defeated Ogun because of a woman. The only time Ogun was defeated, it was because of a woman that he loved. Oya was Ogun's wife. She left him for Shango. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is, when your pops went to war, he didn't have a woman or family at home. My father had 5 kids by 4 different women. He had 2 by my mother only. My youngest brother got murdered in Houston in 2014. Um, so Papa was a Rolling Stone. He had me and my brother by my mom after when he came back to Chicago. He had my older sister when he first got discharged by his high school sweetheart. My sister, my other older sister, he had by a woman who was enlisted in the military with him. And then my younger brother, he had after my mom ain't want him no more. He went on to another lady, and um, and I'm still in contact, but my father had 5 kids by 4 different women. So again, my understanding of manhood and masculinity and the highest potential of a man, I know what a man can be. My father was a killer and a saint, and he wanted to be a father. He was not perfect. So for me, the fullest potential that a man can reach is to be the fullest representation of that he is in the image of God. And that's going to be his physique, that's going to be his health and wellness, but that's going to be how much do other people rely on you? How much responsibility as a man can you take on? A king has the most responsibility next to the spiritual leader and the warrior. So when you submit to your fullest potential as a man, and when you submit to the standard of manhood that is biblical, then you're reaching your fullest potential. I don't think that a man has to have a good woman on his side. A lot of spiritual men, look at the monks. Now again, monks and nuns hook up. A monk is essentially a warlock. But look at the monks. A lot of them practice celibacy, and their masculinity is, they live on the mountains. They up there meditating on the mountains where can't nobody else breathe. The wind's strong. They ain't got no clothes on. That's a fucking monk. And on the physical plane, I will say, as a warlock or as like a wizard, your highest potential is probably to be a monk, a real monk that lives on the mountains up there meditating outside their body, half naked on top of Mount Everest, breathing without an air tank. That's the closest to God a man, I think, would be. The real ancient monk path. And they be celibate. And for a woman, same thing. And what I'm trying to say, to fully answer your question, Gaddafi, a husband or a wife is how God rewards you for having reached your fullest potential. It's never your fullest potential. A husband and a wife is something that God blesses you with I feel, for having achieved your fullest potential, which is why I tell witches, it takes us longer. We have a higher purpose than procreating, and human women who are not attractive, so God did not give them the responsibility of beauty. The only responsibility a lot of women have is of their womb, and they get married quick because they're not attractive, and a man does not have to fight another man over her because she's not attractive. She's good enough to bring home to. She's good enough to bring in public, but she's not attractive. Don't nobody else want her. That's the type of man a man marries when he cannot fight. So if marriage in itself, no matter what you look like or who you are, I believe on a spiritual level, marriage is something that God blesses you with. That's why I say, God blessed me with gifts of witchcraft, beauty. He didn't bless me with getting married in my 20s, which I would have loved. That's not what I have. And my life gets easier when I stop trying to fight being single and solve being single and get out and meet people. And when I just accept that I'm the Black High Priestess and I have to be the Black High Priestess every day. I don't have to get up and solve the problem of me being single. That's work. When I accept who I am and what God has given me, and I invest in what God has given me, Everything else comes. But when you're trying to be someone you're not, I'm not a married woman. There are other women who are married. They have husbands. They've been married for 10, 15, 20 years. That's not me. I was not blessed with a man who committed and married and could protect and provide for me when I was 22, 25, or 30. I have to focus on what I do have, though. And my life gets better and easier, and I can enjoy who I am, which is a single black woman over the age of 30. I can enjoy that position, and I can enjoy the freedom that comes with it when I look at it and say, this is what I have. Let me take my life and stop trying to be like someone else. Someone else is married. That's not who I am. I'm not a married woman. And the more I accept it, the more I enjoy it. So, from the perspective of someone who I've never wanted anything more than to be married, but I also had to understand the childhood trauma and the Jehovah's Witness religion of not being able to celebrate birthdays, me not being celebrated as a child, and on top of that being black and being oppressed and punished. My whole childhood was punishment. I was always being punished and never being rewarded. So I had to look into how that created a void in me and how I spent so much time trying to fill that void. And once I became wise enough and understood my own trauma and overcame it by myself too, not with a bunch of help, not with people holding my hand, not from a bunch of therapists. I overcame it because I had enough IQ to listen to a therapist, hear them say that, oh, it fucking resonated, let me change my behavior, let me change my thoughts. That's all it takes, because I'm smart and I have high IQ. I don't have to spend years in therapy and go through 20 different religions to overcome childhood trauma. You know, I don't have I'm not sick in the head. I have a high IQ, and I can learn from others' mistakes, and I can learn and read something and figure it out. I can problem solve quicker than the average individual because I have a higher IQ than the average individual. So I don't have to spend years in therapy to get over some shit that happened yesterday, years ago. Like a lot of sick, demon-possessed people need to spend a lifetime in therapy. They need they're energy vampires. They need to play the victim all the time so somebody can hold their hand through every second of their life. You know, that they're energy vampires. So I say that to say, as a man, if you have reached your fullest potential, that is the only time you should be looking for a woman, because that is when you will be deserving of Eve. Eve meaning the ideal mate, one who was designed just for you, meaning, and I'm not trying to demean anyone, but I'm saying you will get the highest quality woman that you can achieve as a man. And a lot of people, they never reach their full potential, they never mature. And it's okay. It's okay to get married and have kids in your 20s. It's okay to become from a community that is so healthy and tight-knit that you can get married when you're a teenager and start having kids when you're 18, 19. If you come from a household and a community that really can support that, there's nothing wrong with that. However, if your purpose is supreme, if you have divine reason for incarnating on this planet, you can't just, you're not here to procreate. And that's what marriage is for. And if you're not here to procreate, God is going to reward you with a partner. You know what I'm saying? And this is how I kind of feel from my experiences. And again, this is from my experience too. God, I don't know what it's like for God to give you someone that loves you for the rest of your life. But also my childhood experiences I probably had to go through that to make me strong enough to be Black High Priestess, to give me the desire to take responsibility for how I looked, instead of just marrying one of the white guys who I could have married in my 20s, having a baby by a Jewish guy that I could have did in my 20s, you know. and being a token black. The painful childhood experiences is why I'm is probably why I'm not already married to a rich white man. It's because of that. And so I say that to say, when you have gifts, it's very rare that God is going to bless you with gifts and a sexual romantic partner. When God chooses you, he keeps you, and no one else can have you. But when God chooses you and keeps you, Satan can't have you either. If you may not have a mate, but at least you ain't Job. Look at all these married women. All their men are in wheelchairs and sick in the hospital. All these married men, their wives are ugly as fuck. God, have you guys seen America? Have you guys seen who is getting married? The fattest, ugliest women are getting married. So what does that tell you about the state of our men? They're all homosexual. They're all homosexual. You know. The luckiest you can get is that you got a bisexual man. Every man in America is homosexual. And they're all homosexual. Only black men, maybe some Mexican men, are not with the shits. But all these men is faggots. That's the culture here. It's the Roman Colosseum up in here. And all these men do is be gay with each other and watch sports. Really, frankly, it's really is only a lot of, it's really only like black and Mexican men who are still out here trying to have a baby by somebody. Don't nobody else really want no kids. So I say that to say, if you don't reach your full potential before you start mating, you're gonna end up with a low value mate. And there's nothing wrong with it. I see couples that are happy all the time, but I wouldn't want to be them. I don't look like her. I don't look like that wife, and I don't think like her. I don't do those things. But people are very happy being average and getting married. Marriage, I'm learning to, is for average people. Beautiful people don't get married unless they're rich. If you're beautiful in the black community, you're going to end up a single parent unless you get away from niggas. You'll end up a single parent. Men only marry ugly women. This is why you always see a man cheating on his wife. His wife is ugly, or she became ugly after she married him. She got fat. She stopped taking care of herself. The kids, whatever, and now she's a fat, ugly woman when she probably was average before that. Maybe she was above average, if she was above average, he wouldn't have married her. He would have slept with her for clout and disregarded her for clout and married the first uglier woman who would have felt the benefit of taking a beautiful woman's man, so much so that she'll always be faithful to him because this is the best she could. She took a man away from a beautiful woman. He got a dumb bitch for life. So men only use beautiful women to attract ugly women who want what a model like me would have. You see? So if you don't reach your full potential as a man, you are going to be like your friends and your family members, and you're going to marry a fat, ugly, light-skinned woman. You're going to end up with a fat, ugly, light-skinned woman. Or if you have any dignity or self-respect for yourself as a man, you'll just stay single. You'll just stay single. So I would say that unless you reach your full potential as a man or a woman, you are not going to end up with the highest value partner for you. And if you're dating in your 20s and that doesn't lead to marriage, that was not a high value partner to begin with. Which is why I say, unless you're in a tribal or a strong knit community or in the South, you should wait until over the age of 25, or you should wait until you're in your 30s to consider marriage. So you have experience, so you've gotten your education, so you have at least started your career and at least developed an expertise at least for 5 to 10 years in a particular field, you know, because being married is not a skill. So a lot of women, the only skill they have is getting a man to marry her. And then when he dies or something happens or he loses his job or whatever, she can't take care of herself because she has no skills. And she's hoping that her kids, particularly her son, will step in and do everything for her. So that's why I say, especially for women, it's more important for women to develop life skills before getting married. Because a man will leave you in the dust. He will either die or he'll just leave you, or he will fail you because he didn't fully develop before he married you. He didn't become a man and pass rites of passage before he married you. And he will fail you as a woman. He will fail to protect you. He will fail to provide for you. You will be facing divorce or a breakup or being a single mom. And if you don't have the life skills, you will not be able to leave a shitty man. And it's so much more important for a woman to be able to leave a shitty man than it is for her to be able to get one. Men will sleep with anything. And if you as a woman are desperate, I honestly, I getting married is not that hard, especially to a black or brown man. Have his baby and get the community to persuade him to marry you. That's how most of marriages in the black community happen. Somebody got pregnant, and then they had enough people in church in their family to convince them to get married. And now that's how these sisters be getting their husbands. You know. So or in this day and age, a lot of women they'll get their own shit and they'll buy a man a PlayStation 5 and let him move in with her, and now she can say that she has a man. Ladies, ladies, check. And honestly, I don't really condone getting into the business of your friends' romantic relationships unless they're venting or talking about. I don't think you should be in your friends. You shouldn't be in their marriages or their partnerships. You should be cordial with their partner. Hopefully you like them and get along with them, but you shouldn't be all in their personal business unless they're telling you. But what I'm telling sisters is, don't be so quick to envy your friend. Don't be so quick to try and be like your friend that's married. Don't be so quick to want to keep up with your friend who got married or who has a man. Or you meet friends and they're married, and you may admire, as a black woman, you may admire that about her. But don't be so quick to be like her and get married, or don't be so quick to think that that a man is going to make your life better. You don't know half of the shit these women are doing to, when they say my husband this, my husband that. You don't know what these women have sacrificed or compromised to have that man as her husband. And if you have high standards, don't you dare look at another woman's relationship and make a template or compare. You don't ever do that. You always look at what's good for you. Because if you have high standards and you want a man to be a protector and provider, you would be surprised if you actually add, and probably a lot of them might just lie about it because the cat's out the bag. There's too many women online of all ages and races telling other women the truth about marriage to men. For us to really, for women, modern women, to really believe marriage is really a benefit to us, there are too many women warning us, taking their time and starting accounts for no other reason other than to warn other women or warn the next generation of women how much men ruin your life. There are thousands more women online warning other women. They're not just being bitter. Their purpose is to warn other women. It's not just bitterly venting. They are warning other women about getting with a man. They're telling you their horror stories. Or some women are reading other anonymous women's horror stories who are so in the thicket that they can't identify themselves. They go anonymously, and women are going live reading the stories for them. That the amount of women warning younger women about men and about what being married to a man has done to them as a woman, that number surpasses the amount of women who are going live telling the world how good of a husband she has. There's nowhere near as many social media accounts, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook. There's nowhere near as many women encouraging women to get married, encouraging women to have kids, encouraging women to be trad wives, encouraging women to be Christians and to wait on God. The amount of women encouraging women to get married, and more so telling how great their life is and how much their life as a woman has improved once they got a husband and started having kids, that number is nowhere near as high as the number of women that are desperately warning other women how being with a man ruins your life. Everything that I have, and I started my YouTube channel too. And I became Black High Priestess in 2012. That's when I started doing readings, and that's when I started my brand. That's when I started my website. That's when I started doing readings. But my YouTube channel, I started after I moved back to Chicago and had a breakup. And had to move back to Chicago because I dated and took the next step with a man who was nowhere near eligible for marriage because I was in love, and more so because we had a excellent friendship and we had a great partnership when we were living together. So that's why I warn women. I warn women because while I want women to be happy, the reality of it is the likelihood of a woman being happy with a man has always been extremely low. And as women, it is so much more important for you to be able to leave a bad man with your own money and leave a situation than it is for you to attract a man. It's more important for you to be with a man who is abusing you, who's a mama's boy, who's putting you in bad situations, who doesn't have any money, who's sick, injured, drug addict, all this shit. It's better to be able to up and pack and leave and move away and take your child away from an abusive man in the middle of the fucking night because you have your own money, or at the very least you got somewhere else to go. You got some friends that will put you up if you got to escape a dangerous man in the middle of the night, which is what a lot of women have to do. That is the reality as a woman in this day and age, is you are more likely going to have to leave any man you give a chance to, or any man you give your body to. You're more than likely going to have to leave and be independent and start over again because he's going to play games with you or he's going to hurt you somehow, then the likelihood of him being real with you, dating you, treating you right, making you fall in love with him because his masculinity is fully developed, marrying you, not cheating on you, maybe having kids, which I don't see why anyone want to do some stupid shit like that. However, having kids with you and knowing that he's going to maintain a job, maintain his physical health long enough to help you raise the kids. The likelihood of a woman getting a man who knows how to be a husband is zero. So we're not in a time where society pressured men to treat women right. We're not, that's done. Men don't hold the door for us anymore. So we are in a time where men, especially the darker ones, will sleep with you and leave you high and dry. He won't even make sure you get your orgasm. That's the type of men we're dealing with. So the more feminine you are as a woman, the less likely you are to get married. Men are not masculine. So all I'm trying to say, Gaddafi, is the highest um potential that a man can meet is to have his masculinity match that of Christ. His health, his physical wellness, his ability to be for others to rely on him, you know, um, him being intelligent. If he can qualify to become the president, if he can qualify to become a husband, then he's reached his full potential. If he's spiritual, your fullest potential spiritually, you should have a spiritual goal to accomplish. You should be doing some warlock stuff. As a man, you should be doing martial arts, even if you don't have to kill and you don't have to actually go to war as a man, which is again one of the highest potentials as a man. If you cannot contend with Ogun, and if Ogun would not accept you as his son or as his priest, your manhood is low. Ogun is my standard. Ochosi and Shango and Obatala, even Eshu, that's all good and well. But if Ogun would not accept you as one of his priests, because Ogun done took me to wife. So as Black High Priestess, if Ogun wouldn't work with you, you have not reached the highest potential that a man is designed by God to reach. If you can reach the highest potential that you are designed as a man to reach, then you are ready to be with a beautiful woman. But if you as a man have not reached the highest potential of your design, you're not even gonna go for beautiful women anyway. You're gonna go for some ugly woman who you don't have to fight over. Because if you're not under Ogun, you can't fight and you won't kill. And if you can't fight and you won't kill, what good of a use are you to a woman if she would have to do those things on her own behalf in your presence? So you can reach your highest potential as a man, but if your highest potential makes you still no good to a woman or a child or an animal, God can't use you either. So if you is no good to a woman, you haven't reached your highest potential. Doesn't mean you can't be a man out here, but your highest before you think about mating, what good are you? And herein lies the issue where women be outside of their feminine energy, because women are told that you got to cook, you got to clean, you got to help, you got to do this, you got to do that. No, actually, the female already comes with her value. She is the vessel that your seed can grow in. That is her automatic intrinsic value to a man. What value does a man bring to a woman if he can't keep her safe when she is the weaker vessel by design? And here's why I say a man is designed to be able to fight and hunt and kill and build with his body. He's designed to be able to use his mind and think. A woman's hormones are different, and it's not that women are not as intelligent, but we have different wiring that designs us to be of a different value to a man than an animal is, or even than God. So God made sex so sacred that he even tested Adam to see would Adam choose his woman? Would Adam choose what God gave him for being the best representation of manhood? That's when God said, I'm gonna give you the woman now. But God built the woman with her value to the man. He's not alone in the garden, and now his seed can grow from her. But the highest potential for a woman The highest potential for a woman is not to fight, is not to be a bodybuilder, not to have her job, not to make $1 million. The highest potential for a woman is to arouse a man enough to want to sleep with her. That's her design. How did God design us is your highest potential. This is why I tell women beauty is the only real power a woman will ever have. You can have all other skills and all other traits, and people will admire you for them, but no one will ever love you as a woman, and really, no one will ever really worship and exalt your femininity unless you are beautiful, sexually attractive to the opposite sex. Because that's what God designed the woman to be. He designed the woman to be sexually arousing to the man. That is a woman's highest potential. And women know it. Because all women have a beauty goal and they all invest highly in that. And most men know what their role is, but there's a lot of homosexuals. There's a lot of men who are not taught by their fathers what it means to be a man. And they don't understand that being able to kill and being able to hunt is how you become a man. Being able to compete out here is how you become a man. They don't understand that. They think they just need to have a job. They think they need to be nice. They are taught to act like feminine to be of value to women. Oh, let her get away with this. Let her get away with that. Don't tell her this. Don't tell her that. Let her get away with this. No, that's a woman doesn't want a man who's letting her get away with anything. She wants a man that requires her to be beautiful. She wants a man that tells her no, that puts her in her place. She doesn't want to be able to run around wild. She wants that man to dominate her. That's what all women want. And most men intrinsically used to know that, but now most men are born homosexual. And they really are programmed to believe that the woman is supposed to mother him for the rest of his life. They believe that they are the prize. They don't understand that they were designed to protect and provide for a female and for animals. They don't understand they were designed to to steward and to take care of the garden, which means the planet of Earth. They think that the woman was designed to mother him, and that is because the dysfunctional matriarch in the black community and all of this bullshit and all these black men creating babies with white women, and now you got all these mulatto babies who think like black men. They think that the woman is God and that he is the gift to God. The black he thinks as a man all the women want is a man to take care of. No, all Adam wanted was a wife to keep him company and to love. But now all this Lilith and feminism and black woman is God and all this bullshit, and because black men keep having babies by white women and most people are mulatto now because of it, you got all the next generation of men thinking like the black man who fathered most of these bastards and kids. They think that a woman should come into his life and do everything for him, and he should perform as her son. You know, and that's why you gotta understand the highest potential you're gonna be is to be in your divine masculine and your divine feminine. A lot of these women, a lot of men, they're not they're not gifted with divine masculinity. A lot of women aren't gifted with divine femininity, and that is why they are married. I don't know how else to say it. So no, focus on yourself, focus on God, and if you have some divinity in you, he will probably reward you with a spouse, or or it might be the other way. He might just give you a huge responsibility and hook you up with a ghost that sleeps with you in your dreams every so often. But that's some priestess shit. But yeah, thank you, Gaddafi Bloom, for your questions. Thank you everyone for listening. Hope you guys could hear me okay. I didn't really do a sound check with this one went long. This is a 4-hour upload. You guys take this seriously. Watch the link. This is my response to that link. And please, other people, Spend as much time as you can preaching against interracial dating on everyone's behalf. And women, understand, you think you're getting validation and acceptance as a white woman with a black man. You are incurring the deepest level of dislike and disrespect, and and looking down on you from both races. Black people think you're trash and white people think you're trash as a woman who is white and chooses a man who does not look like you. You all want to make it such a noble thing, and it is one of the most demonic unions out there. And it does not show peace and love. It shows the deepest rooted level of self-hatred, of confusion, of white supremacy ingrained in your minds, and of genetic experimentation instead of humility to God's gift and responsibility of of how he made you. That need to genetically mutate, you know, um people in interracial relationships, nobody has respect for you. Nobody looks at you with respect when you go out in public. None of your family, none of your friends respect you. This whole 4-hour upload, and I hope all interracial couples look at this. And again, black women, I got 10 years of uploads telling you what you need to do, because you ain't gonna get a man anyway. But white women, you guys let black men play in your face more than anyone. And he destroys your life, he destroys your reputation, and then once he leaves you and once a divorce happens, and now nobody has any respect for you. So good luck trying to get your friends and your family back after you cut them off because they didn't like my black and they don't like my black. No, they wanted what was best for you. And they nan nigga, when you are white, will never be best for you. It's not best for black women. How the fuck could it be best for you? That shows how egocentric and narcissistic you white women with black men are. I don't care if you were told you was Haitian. You are white. Look in the mirror. Stop looking for validation anywhere but the motherfucking mirror. If you have eyesight, don't blind yourself, because something might happen and you might not actually be able to see no more since you want to be colorblind, bitch. God will take your eyesight away from you. But no, instead for you, now he gave you a mutant baby that you got to raise the rest of your life with some nigga. I can't think of any worse punishment than that. Everywhere you go, everyone's going to look down on you. Everywhere you go, everyone's going to see you for who you are. And that was a mentally sick white woman who couldn't get over her self-hatred enough to make a better decision with who she was going to spend her life with. And you got a man with the same hatred and same agenda as you. So light-skinned women, white, who are white, not a African woman with a golden complexion. We're not talking about African women with tan, gold, beige undertones. We're talking about light-skinned white women who are told they're black because they're Haitian, because they're Cuban, because they're Puerto Rican, because they're Jamaican. You was told you was black and you a whole Spaniard. You a whole Spaniard. So maybe some Moorish in there, somewhere, but you guys look at Cardi B, ran through by a bunch of black men. Y'all ain't Paris Hilton. That's a real white woman. She can do a sex tape and still be a billionaire. Look at Kim Kardashian, ruined. Now her daughter ruined. Look at Cardi B, ruined. Look at Rihanna. She decided to date this fresh nigga, ruined. Motherfuckers going from Florida trying to get at her over this fresh nigga. Every time a woman chooses to get with a black man over some fucking Rihanna got with him because she couldn't get with that Arab she really wanted to get with. You know. Stop getting with these fresh niggas. You light-skinned white women. Nobody has respect for you when you go around with a man that don't look like you. When you go around with a black man trying to prove something. Black people don't like you. White people can't stand you. Nobody likes it. And everyone who acts like they do and act like it's so cute and act like they approve it, they're lying to you. They are lying in your fucking face. And I wonder why. I wonder what benefit they get from acting like they approve of your bullshit. What benefit do they get from acting? I am trying 4 hours and I'm trying to tell you, white people, particularly white women, because you're going to be the ones to lose out. These white men don't lose out when they have babies by black women and then the black women leave them, because they're just some stupid white guy and they get sick of them and they want some black dick after they have. White men are not really losing out. He may have his heart broken when the black woman leaves him or some shit, but these white guys ain't losing shit from having babies by black women. They not losing nothing. They not missing no motherfucking beats by marrying a black woman and having a bed wench or a slave mammy or whatever we want to call it. A white man ain't missing no motherfucking beat with his bed wench and wife and her. Not one. Now that black woman, she'll do better in society, and then when she's ready to leave him, she could just act like it never happened, and she can go around black men and get black men when she's ready to. Black men and white women, you guys suffer. You suffer. You get stigmatized. Society can't stand you. Your children suffer the most. Nothing good comes from white women with black men. Especially after slavery. Especially you dare call yourself a revolutionary and you're in an interracial relationship. Nothing good comes from that. And all of your white grandparents or the black family members who are revolutionary and speak against it because they've been listening to Bobby Hemmett. They've been listening to Umar Johnson. They've been listening to Bobby Hemmett. They've been listening to Brother Polite. They've been listening to Sarah Sood and Sadi. And that other young nigga that was his protege. They listen to these niggas. And they don't condone a black man dating a white woman. And you got that one or two family members, or you got that side of your white grandparents, and you white women, you're not listening to them. You're not listening to people on the black side. You're not listening to me. You're not listening, you're not listening to the black men who, what I'm saying? You could care less about how you are isolating yourself from sisterhood with black women by parading around one of our men as if you're one of us. Nobody likes you. Every time a black woman is seen with a white man in public, people clap because they know that she has won and they know that she has gotten something that she deserves. They really know that black men didn't want her and that she got a white man and that she's treating good, and they are happy for her because they know that she's the only person in America who's actually oppressed. She's black and she's a woman. She's the only one suffering oppression. So they are clapping for that. And these white men get the most beautiful dark-skinned black women that black men can't afford. So no one looks at the white guy, maybe again, I'm not condoning it. Do black women look down on it? Do black men look down on it? Do white people look down on it when they see white men with black women? Absolutely. Absolutely. I've had to check black women with white men who wanted to, who, because I was well-spoken and everything and this and that, they wanted to have camaraderie with me over dating white men, and I had to check that shit at the gate. And I was single at that time, but you know, I don't condone it either. But no one claps when they see a white woman with a black man. People celebrate when they see that a black woman who is extremely oppressed has gotten something that she deserves in life. It makes everybody happy because we are all in this fishbowl of racism and we all see black women suffering and we all look the other way like it's not happening. And there's no easier way to look the other way than to fuck a black man and let me give myself some sexual pleasure in the name of black revolution. Biggest part of the problem. You white women, your racist grandparents are the only ones in your whole family that love you. They're trying to warn you. You are different than black people, and having a baby by a black man will ruin your life, and it will sentence you to hellfire, biblically. And I've spent the last 4 hours trying to let you light-skinned women know and trying to remove your head from your ass and let you know you will never be a revolutionary until you start preaching against interracial dating based on skin color. Based on color. Because you're white. You are not a light-skinned, golden-complected African woman. You don't have to straighten your hair or lighten your skin tone to pass as white. You can go into white society and they see with their eyes that you are Caucasian. So stop letting your parents tell you that you're Haitian when you're white. Stop letting your parents tell you you're Cherokee when you're white. Stop letting your parents tell you you're Native American. We're Puerto Rican, we're Cuban. Those whole tribes and those whole ethnicities. And I know these are locations. I understand that these are countries and states and, you know, a state of America and all of this and that. That tribe, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Dominican, these are mulattoes. And they are here because of slavery. They're not Taino. They are Spaniards. They are here because of the interracial genetic mixing. So stop saying, oh, I'm Puerto Rican, I'm all this and this and that, because you're not fooling me. You're not fooling black women who can look in the mirror and know they're black and don't have to say I'm this and I'm that. I'm Cherokee. I'm Scottish. But when I look in the mirror, okay, my last name is, you know, come on, be so fucking for real for once in your life. And then people will start to have real respect for you. I promise you, the only people who love you and want the best for you are racist, are black people who are pro-black and want to get the fuck as far away from white people as possible, and white people who are white supremacists who want to get away from black people. Away from black people. Because it is detrimental to their livelihood and the standards that they have as white people and to the way their society functions. Just like getting away from white people it's beneficial to the black person. The way we function around each other, the way we come together, the way we support each other, the way we created Jamaica and Belize from doing voodoo rituals and coming together and learning the land and working together. We will do that when there is no white people around us. We will only prosper. We can't help but prosper when there's no crackers in the vicinity. Not a nan one. You can go to Africa right now. Look where it ain't been colonialized. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, there's some mud hut places. All of that shit is where the white people colonized. I'm not talking against the technology of the mud hut. You get what I'm trying to say. The parts of Africa look bad and ran down that they want to promote as if it's third world is only from colonialism. The rest of Africa is paradise. And more crackers go to Africa than anywhere else. They just don't tell you. You see? Segregation is the only way to end racism. If you wasn't bound around a bunch of niggas, you wouldn't be wishing your skin was darker than what it is. As white women. You have the most to lose. Black men don't have nothing when he coming to you anyway. And you know, he maybe he has a degree, you know, and he has a little more money. He ain't gonna have nowhere near what a white man who approached you would have. Black men don't have shit when he come to you except a self-hatred slave syndrome. You white women, you have things to lose being with a black man. No white man who knows you will ever deal with you again, will never ever look at you the same way again, unless he's trying to get some of that black man's energy out your pussy. No white man is gonna deal with no white woman who got been ran through by a Sambo slave nigga, unless he's trying to get some of that black man's energy out your pussy from sleeping with you. No, you're done. White men are done with you. Get with a black man. All the white men who know you are done with you. So don't expect your high school sweetheart to come save you when Leroy, you know, or Tyrone or LaShawn, you know, wants a divorce because you too white for him now. Now you too white. Now he's dealing with racism and shit, and he thought that he wasn't gonna have to deal with that when he showed everyone he got a white girl. Now and now you making him sick with putting mayonnaise on your toast or whatever the fuck y'all be doing, or you probably just got bad hygiene, you know. Like, you know, you probably got them that cave dweller troglodyte hygiene that the Caucasian typically has, you know, and the black man just got sick of you, you know, and then here comes the divorce. Here comes the divorces, you know, and now none of the white guys want to deal with you. None of the white guys who know you, who used to like you, would date you because you've been ran through by some Sambo nigga. Your white female friends, they'll probably come to your support, you know, because they you know, they probably supported your decision because they were probably living vicariously through you. But they were smart enough to marry a white guy. They were smart enough to not get with a black dude. But they were probably living vicariously through you and through the excitement of, oh, being with a black guy, like this is some TV show, you know, or whatever. But your white friends, they'll probably pity you because they were smart enough to not marry no black dude that came at them. They were smarter than you. So they'll pity you, they'll feel bad for you while their marriage is going great because they're married to a white man and their children are white and look good because of it. Their children are doing great because their children aren't suffering self-hatred because they didn't marry some nigga, you know, you white women. So you know, and you know, black women ain't gonna have nothing to do with you. Cause why the fuck was you with one of our men to begin with? All black women are looking at you thinking like that. They're just smiling in your face, acting like they don't. I'm keeping it real with you, just like your racist grandparents would kept it real with you white girls who wanna fuck the inferior man. You know, cause you want to be me so bad. You want to be me so bad. You're not happy with being a white girl. You had no value for your whiteness. And when that black man leaves you high and dry and gets sick of you as black men do, get sick of the women that they are with, you know, no white man's gonna deal with you. No black woman's gonna come save you. Your white female friends are gonna pity you and feel bad for you, but they'll slowly start hanging out with their Trump supporter friends more and more because that makes their life better. You know, and the only people that are gonna be there for you are your homosexual friends, you know, that want to just gossip and hear about what the sex was like with a black guy. I know they do. I know your white friends. They just want to know what the sex was like. And no one and everyone will abandon you. No one will be around you. Your children won't like you because now they're with the white mother and there's no blackness to make them feel special. There's no black, now they're with the white mother and now they got to accept the fact that they're white. So they're going to start to hate you too. And you're just going to be a white woman who everyone hates. Except now you don't have that black man. So now you're going to be like these white women who are black snake moan out here constantly looking for some black dick to fill in the space that LaShawn left when he ready to divorce. He don't want to be with you. So now you're a divorced woman with biracial babies And now you're going to be thirsty for another black man, not just because you are black snake moaned and dickmatized, but you're going to be thirsty for another black man because the white men are not going to clean up after him. The white men around you are not going to come save you after you decided to be with a nigga instead of one of them. So you're going to have a hard time going back to white men if they know or got any fucking whiff that you was with a nigger. And they will the moment they look at the hair texture of your biracial children. Their hair's a little thick. I mean, it'll still be loose, but it'll, their hair is kind of staticky. You know, you know, you know. Um, so you white women, you have the most to lose. You got the most to lose. Because when a black man gets sick of you and he goes back to the black community, there's thousands of single black women that will pick him up after a white woman. So she don't have to be single the rest of her life. He will be welcomed back. Now, a black woman would probably be stupid to deal with him. I wouldn't do it. I don't be no Megan Good out here. What's that nigga name? They dropped him from this, dropped him from that, and Megan Good picked him up in the middle of a court battle over a white bitch. Black women, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. You know a man been ran through by a white woman and he in divorced with her and got kids by a white woman. Don't you dare pick that up. Please go be with a nigga with kids by a black woman before you go be with a nigga with kids by a white bitch. Don't you ever in your life, black woman. Don't be no slave mammy for real, raising some white slave master's children. Fuck you mean. But don't be no Megan Good out here. Don't be, you know what I'm saying? Look, like I said, it's not hard to look and see. Y'all think y'all gonna be looking like Heidi Klum and Seal. And look how ugly Seal was. Heidi Klum looked good. She got with the ugliest nigga. The ugliest. Woo, ugly. Ugly. This is shit I'm talking about. Look at Heidi Klum and Seal. And they just look like a photo shoot. She's so milky and he's so dark. That shit don't even look real. It just look like they just look like a commercial or some shit. And this is what these white women think that shit gonna end up being. You gonna be with the darkest black. Let me tell you something. Unless you South African, like Charlize Theron, and I don't even like her seeing the movies with niggas. Her and Will Smith. That shit ruined Will Smith's whole all his with white Charlize Theron and Will. No. But unless you South African, okay, unless you're a white person from South Africa or Morocco, you're not finna be married to no nigga for real. Especially no ugly ass nigga. Heidi Klum and Seal. This is the fuck demonic shit that I'm saying. The shit don't even look right together. And it's all about an agenda and sending a message and programming people to act like that shit is fucking normal. White women, you're gonna lose out more than these niggas. They're using you, they're getting by, they're getting ahead in places. They're hiding behind your skirt and your white privilege as a white woman, and all you gonna do is isolate yourself from good white people who would have otherwise supported you in your life if you had to just put yourself first instead of taking on the nigger's curse. Y'all be so fucking stupid. Too stupid to be racist. Too fucking stupid to be racist. I don't know what else to tell y'all white women, because y'all don't like to listen. Y'all haven't been listening to your racist grandparents. You're so desperate to have some color and have some soul about you. You should have listened to your grandparents and be who the fuck you are. You want some thrill and excitement? Go listen to Dr. Dre or some shit. Or listen to NBA Youngboy or whoever. I need to update my references. But you get what the fuck I'm saying. You a white woman and you want some thrills, go watch Sinners. And then go back to white society and be cool. Bitch, be cool. Bitch, be cool. Cause you white women, you want to be black so bad, you gonna take on the black woman's curse, and it's gonna hit you way worse for dealing with a white man, dealing with a black man as a white woman than a black woman will ever get. You better stop trying to steal our beauty and steal our power through our men, because you're not getting our power. You're getting a stain on you, a social stain on you. And I haven't been talking to y'all about this enough. I mention it all the time, but I have not directly addressed my light skin voodoo practicing priestesses. But you guys shouldn't have known before this fucking upload that I did to respond to this dumb chick. You know, you should have known from watching me for years what I'm telling all black women, light or dark, stay the fuck away from black men. You guys should have known that. Y'all think y'all so fucking cute. Every time you white ass get a black man, you think you're so cute. You are staining yourself. You're cursing yourself. And everyone looks at you with disgust. But no one tells you. No one wants to say it. You know the people who love you all, you know the people who love women, black or white, or in between. The people who love you the most are the racist ones who want to segregate the black race from the white race, from the Asian race, from the Hispanic or South American, let's say. The people who love you the most, they want the best for you. And they're telling you the truth. And I'm telling you the truth, white women. You are losing you are losing an immense, incredible amount of respect the moment you choose to be with a black man as a white woman. You are losing respect from everyone, including that black man, including the black man you're marrying. You're letting him use you for an agenda that is 100% selfish. And please don't have children by a black man when you're white. And as a black man, please don't have children by a white woman when you're black, and then find out the hard way what I'm telling you, what racists are telling you, what Trump supporters are saying, and what black people are telling the world about our own race and how fatigued we are with our own race. And you as a white woman would go mate with the man that the entire world is saying is destructive and inferior, savage, and he's proving that. Your men used to defend you guys against dating black men. And you guys wanted to fight to marry black men and everything. These white men who are racist, those are the white men that love white women. These other white men who all this, they're gay. They don't care about you as a woman. Your safety, your protection, your prosperity. They'll throw you to another race like you're nothing. You better get with these white men that are racist. They're the ones who really love you. And when I'm saying racist, I'm not saying that they go out of their way to hurt black people. What I'm saying is they believe in segregation. And they do not want to mix their culture with black culture because they see the fruit of it and it is destructive. They want their children to look white. They like how God made them, because you can't like another race until you love your own. Ayana, Jada, and all you other white women, this and this and that, you don't love black people. You hate white people. There is a humongous difference. Until you stop hating how you look, you're never going to love the black race. Love us from a motherfucking distance. Stop loving the validation you get from having sex with a slave-minded individual. All right. Well, I think that on that note is 4:20, and I will leave you guys with this message. It's been about 4 hours and 20 minutes. So take this seriously. Feel free to answer any questions, and I will probably be going live maybe Friday, another day this week, because I do want to give some spiritual guidance for women. After this full moon, I'm gonna give some some hygiene tips for beauty. The next upload, I'm gonna do some spiritual duafe hygiene tips for women. But until then, listen, learn, like, subscribe, and follow me on IG for more spiritual content. Peace and love.